Hello, pain in the ass. Am I live now? Yep. Why do they keep changing StreamYards? I had to close one StreamYard down and come back into a different studio. Progress. What? Multiculturalism. Me. Michael. I didn't realise it was so late. He was just picking his nose. Another pew pew in Rhode Island. All right. I'll put a link in there just in case anybody wants to join. I had a warning last week. They wanted a Jasper carrot. Only one. What, in the Pew Pew, Rhode Island? Only one carrot. With the man Careful, Mimi. That's anti-Zionist, that is. Hello, Daniel. Yeah, I had a ticking off. Or not a ticking off, not a ticking off. A friendly warning. A friendly warning. Said I'm skating on thin ice with my live streams or the titles of my live streams or the content of my live streams. I don't know which one it is. I mean, my last live stream, I had 14 copyright claims on it. It took me a day and a half to get rid of them all. It's so slow doing the editing. But yeah, be careful what you say on YouTube, because you're skating on thin ice before the long arm of the law comes and knocks on your door for real. I was, all right, okay, fine, fair enough, whatever. But calling that Zionism, I mean, back in 1975, Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination. United Nations General Assembly Resolution 3379 adopted in 1975. So how can calling out Zionism be a wrong thing? Calling out Zionism is a wrong thing. Hello, Spike. Hello, Amanda. Yeah, so I have clear shoelaces. So I don't know whether I got my knuckles wrapped or what I got, but I got told be careful. I just said, prove it. No, only one person, and he was in civilians, Michael. Only one person, he was in civilians. He actually watches my live streams. He's a friend of my mate who lives down the road, one that I was doing motorbikes with. He just knocked on the door and said, can I have a friendly chat with you? I was like, yeah. But I like your live streams. And like, yeah. But you're skating on thin ice. What do you mean I'm skating on thin ice? Hello, Di. Oh, you're away, flying away, are you? Getting out of this horrible, cold, wet, damp, miserable weather. Chasing the sun, are you, Di? Or have you just got back from the chasing the sun? You just come back. Oh, no wonder you're feeling the cold. Oh, it's not very good. Can you remember how much polos were? 2p? 2p or not 2p? No, I don't know. So what we got? Oh, I've got to answer somebody, haven't I? Let's find that a minute. Let's find them a minute. Can I find them? Apparently, I've been called out from something I said a year ago. A year ago, I said it, and it was all about Maccabi. So I reported on what the press said at the time. So Amsterdam police confirms harassment and violence was initiated by Israeli fans. Channel 4 News.
De supporters wordt op het rokin een vlag van de gevel gehouden en ze vernielen een taxi. Op de Dam wordt de Palestijnse vlag in brand gestoken.
On the day of the match, a large group of Maccabi fans gathered in Dam Square in central Amsterdam. Some arrests were made after trouble between the Israeli club's fans and pro-Palestine protesters, police said. Then, on their way to the match, some Maccabi fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs.
De supporters wordt op.
So I reported on what I saw.
We're here in Amsterdam, where we've reconstructed how the visit of Maccabi hooligans plunged the city into chaos.
Incidenten in Amsterdam.
Fighting between Israeli football fans and Palestine solidarity demonstrators.
It wasn't safe to wear this little badge last Thursday.
No, it wasn't safe to wear this little badge last Thursday.
Hier waren ze allemaal aan het verzamelen. Hier waren ze aan het schreeuwen. Hier begonnen. Een collega van mij die rijdt hier langs. Die ziet het gebeuren, begint het te filmen. En ze komen direct op hem af. Komen direct op hem af met sloten, met de riemen, met alles. En begonnen keihard tegen zijn auto te slaan. Hele auto verniet. Een collega van mij rijdt rechtdoor, ziet politie staan. En de politie zegt, we zijn ermee bezig. Ze hebben totaal niets gedaan. Ze hebben hun dingetjes kunnen doen in de middag. Ze hebben kunnen dansen, schreeuwen. Ze werden niet lastiggevallen. Totdat het blijkt dat ze alle Palestijnse vlaggen eruit aan het trekken waren. Ramen aan het vernielen waren. Taxichauffeurs aan het bedreigen waren. En auto's kapot aan het slaan. Toen pas zijn wij gaan ingrijpen.
If you ask me, you could have seen this coming. Looking at the history of Maccabi Tel Aviv, you know that these supporters, these hooligans, that they are violent Zionists. They attack leftists in Israel. They have attacked a pro-Palestinian person in Greece last March.
We know Maccabi fans. Maccabi fans already have a reputation, even in Israeli standards. We know many of them are soldiers or ex-soldiers in Gaza right now. I also tried to explain this to the police. I said, look, if somebody just came back from Gaza and is just came back from killing a lot of people, you don't expect...
Hey up, Max.
Expect them to behave normally in your city.
Left.
That guy's actually Jewish. I'll drop a link. I don't know if you're doing a live.
This is the location where Wednesday night Maccabi hooligans gathered and tore down a Palestinian flag hanging on this building behind me. This action sparked anger amongst the local population, and cab drivers and others quickly mobilized.
Die collega van ons laten we niet in de steek. Dit is onze stad Amsterdam. Laten we niet vernield door deze ADF-supporters. Het waren uiteindelijk niet alleen vlaggen. We begonnen ook de ramen in te slaan van alles. Dus elke huis
No words, Max.
die Palestijnse vlag ophing, werd de raam kapot geslagen en van alles nog wat. Dit laten wij niet toe als taxichauffeurs. Niemand. Dit is onze stad, die moeten wij beschermen. Dit heeft helemaal niet met Jodenhaat te maken, wat dan ook.
We just drove to a remote location in Amsterdam, where we met with the anonymous cab driver that was attacked on Wednesday evening by a Maccabi hooligan. He has declined the opportunity to do a formal interview as he is afraid of Israeli reprisals. He has been receiving numerous death threats over the past few days, and the police has declined him an opportunity to file a formal complaint, even though he immediately contacted them upon his car being damaged.
Tientallen Maccabi-supporters hebben zich op de Dam verzameld in aanloop naar de wedstrijd tegen Ajax vanavond.
So I was here on Thursday.
What did you witness?
Chanting by the Maccabi fans. When I first arrived, I could hear "Fuck Palestine" chanting, all of them, which was very weird to hear. We went to observe right on this spot, hiding our Palestinian symbolics, flags.
You didn't feel safe showing your Palestinian flag?
No, we did not feel safe.
How did the Maccabi hooligans behave towards local Amsterdammers?
Different from moment to moment. Every time someone with a Palestinian a symbol or anything walked by, they got pretty violent, middle fingers, but also like physical violence.
Then I passed the monument and they threw beer at me and they spit it at me in the Damstraat. But it was like a very aggressive.
Where's the 101? This was quite funny. Did you get my last text yesterday? I was on my other phone, Robert. Let's have a look. Oh, I had one from Chris de Brek. Oh, that was loads, isn't it? Yeah, got that. So this was Sky News. So this is what Sky News reported the first time round. This is answering that Mongo. You know the Mongo? Likes to play shit music. So I reported on this over a year ago. Now he's tried calling me out with a clipped recording.
Violence in Amsterdam left at least 5 people injured and dozens have been arrested. But what happened? Supporters of Israeli football club Maccabi Tel Aviv arrived in Amsterdam ahead of their UEFA Europa League match against Amsterdam club Ajax. On Wednesday, social media videos verified by Sky News show Maccabi Tel Aviv fans tearing down Palestinian flags from outside of homes. Other social media videos appeared to show residents chasing Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. On Thursday, just before the game, crowds of Maccabi fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs. While a pro-Palestinian demonstration had been banned by the mayor over fears there would be clashes. Later that evening during the match, Israeli supporters appeared to disrupt the minute silence for Valencia flood victims with chants, whistles and fireworks. Maccabi fans were seen attacking locals as a police car can be seen driving by. People with Palestinian flags were seen marching on the streets. Maccabi supporters say they were beaten and attacked on the streets of the Dutch capital, with videos showing some of the violence.
Say free Palestine and we go. Good.
Sky News could not independently verify all of the footage shown. Police arrested 62 people. 5 were taken to hospital, but have since been discharged. Israeli far-right ultras are notorious for their racism and physical violence. Dutch, Israeli and British leaders denounced the attacks as anti-Semitic and even referred to it as a pogrom. But their statements failed to mention the assaults by the Israeli hooligans against Dutch citizens.
And then they changed it. Oh, where's the change one? So there were 62 odd arrests. But Israel did their interference and, oh, there was no arrests. Where's the stupid Sky News one? Even the woman, Ionette, they called her, they used her video. She said, I'm the creator of this video, you're spreading fake news. This is a group of Maccabee supporters starting a fight and beating one Dutchman. Delete this content, I didn't give you permission. Because they're saying that it was the other way around. Oh, what's he called? What's he called? Young kiddie. Bebo? Oh, what's he called?
Oh, ze zijn palen uit de grond aan het jatten.
So that's the Maccabee supporters taking scaffold poles.
Ze hebben palen uit de grond gejat. Ik denk om zichzelf te weren van mensen die ze lastigvallen. Oh, ze doen nu allemaal maskers op. Er is geen politie, dus ik weet niet precies.
Hang on, I've got this in English, haven't I? I got this in English somewhere.
Then they can't do anything. conflicts are now coming to a head.
So then so dear.
This is Bender,
Well,
young lad.
ladies and gentlemen, the match is still in full swing behind me. Tel Aviv is taking a beating, but that doesn't really do it any good. I'm curious what happens when they actually come out. So let's take a look. What a nice, sociable person. Heavy hoarseness is what I smell. Ajax's niece. I keep jumping, honey. Amsterdammer to death. Just go play, you know, these men don't joke around. That's over. Ajax has won. Everyone, comes out, storm. It's a waiting game. Jews, we're now walking towards the Belmer Arena, and you notice some young people walking down the street who are quite restless towards the police.
I'll just take the light out, stick
Yeah,
this
but I
camera
think
off, mate.
again, they're just
I'm in the
walking.
dark.
All right, mate.
All right, son, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, you?
Aye, bobbing away. I was trying to get you. Mind the last time we were speaking, you were telling me what was going on. I was trying to get hold of you, but I'll give you a bell when we're not on here.
All right.
All right. So what's been happening? Everything good?
Yeah, all good, yeah.
I'm not on for long, mate. I just snipped back up the loft. I was actually in my bed watching a film with Jackie the night. We stuck the surround sound on to watch Matt Mulbert's new movie.
All right, yeah.
It's a comedy come action. It was all right. Quite enjoyed it.
Oh, and just
Evening, Michael.
yeah.
Good to see you, mate. Max, good to see you.
People are trying to make themselves relevant or something on YouTube. I don't know. They claim that I put false information out a year ago.
All right, is that what I wondered what the video was about?
Yeah, it's the
Right, that's
Maccabee in
nice
Maccabee in
Holland,
Amsterdam. Yeah.
Dutch football fans, some of them are vicious baskets, mind. No, just there's and the Israelis and all that was places you never travelled to back in the 70s to watch football.
Nah.
It was deemed too dangerous, wasn't it? But I don't know enough about politics to get into these kind of conversations with you, mate. You know that.
No, I just play in the clip.
Aye.
And
Where
this
did the
young
clip originally come from then?
this young lad, Bender, he calls himself on YouTube.
Right.
He recorded it all. Another woman recorded it all, and there was over 60 arrests.
Is that right?
But then Israel got in, did their hasbara, what they call it, and then all of a sudden the police lost all the arrests. And
so when did this all take place?
Last year.
Ah, right, okay. Right.
Oh yeah, it was last year, wasn't it?
I don't know. I can't remember that far back, to be honest.
But some silly old fool that plays crap music decided to put a post up.
Oh, I don't want to know. I'm not getting involved in that. You know me. Aye, Michael, all good, mate. Thanks. Hope you're
saying that I was wrong in the beginning. Well, I've got all the video evidence. I've got all the newspaper, and all the videos from the video evidence from the beginning. And
don't know anything about it.
And the police stating there was over 60 arrests.
Right. We used to get when I worked there was a big. We actually got a day off. I can't mind what game it was. It was in Amsterdam. Must have been an Ajax game, but it was a massive big game in the 80s, and they let us away for work and all that. Used to shut our industrial estate off at the weekends for the rallies they have over there. Like they have a concrete bit. They go through a forest stage, a concrete, and a kind of dirt stage. Well, that was the concrete stage. Was actually our industrial estate where I worked.
All right.
So we always got. You always get in free because you worked in the industrial estate. It was good. I liked it back then. And I used to go to the Willem II games. Louis Donowa for Birmingham, my laddie. He played for them, and we met him at the Efterling, which was like a big, kind of big, what would you call it, Disney World, but the German version.
All right.
We heard the English voices, and they heard the Scottish voices, so they were there with their weighing and I was there with my weighing, so it kind of worked out all right. Do you know what I mean? We ended up pals.
Cool.
Aye, it's funny who you meet when you're away. But aye.
Yeah.
So I come up to roll a puff, that was all. There's 5 and I noticed you were on. I seen there are a couple lives on, but what can I say?
I haven't been watching anything.
No, I don't. I very seldom come out. I go to Ron's and I go to yours and I go to Nutters in the morning, and basically that's about it now, to be fair. I don't stay long in any one place now either. I don't know, I just get fed up. I'm bored with all the arguing. Waste of time. I'm too old. I've not got long to go, for fuck's sake. I don't want to spend the rest of my life arguing with some cunt.
That's it.
Of course.
No need to argue, but people go with a false narrative. They come
Well, I see it. I've watched it for years. You know that.
They come with bollocks. They think they found the golden key to the answer, but their answer, if they go and actually do the research instead of watching a silly little clip. Yeah, even the clip that he shared is like fucking edited. And
I
I'm
don't
going to
know
show
about
it.
sharing stuff. Don't tell me I'm no. But the thing that gets me the most.
You mentioned him, you know, the one that plays shit music.
You're not going to draw me into an argument. I like.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not going to draw you in.
You know that.
I ain't going to draw you in.
I word against the man. Right. He's a lovely family, and I go on great with him. So
I just reply into him.
And Ron knows I speak to you, and we have a mutual understanding, the same as I have with you and everybody else out there. You know me. If I don't talk to you, I don't like you. It's that simple.
He just comes with these stupid posts.
No. What was I got to say to you? I had something valid to say before you threw me off there. Oh Jesus! Well, whatever valid. No, I can't mind that stuff. Are you all set for Christmas, eh?
Aye.
No, Jackie's still getting stuff coming in every freaking day. And now she's just shouted up before I come on here. I sent you something. She says, I wouldn't mind that. And it's a set of beads and arts and crafts thing. I know it's not for her, it's for the Wayne. She's at it.
No.
So, aye. Look, I've been watching all these stupid arguments. I like watching them right enough. It's entertainment. Entertainment. But 1 minute you're flavour of the month, the next minute you're That's the way it's always been on here. You should know that, Manu.
Oh, I never care. You know me, Robert.
No, I don't really care. No, I don't like it. People are nasty. That's the only. I'm trying to find something to watch up here. I wasn't got to stay on long, but.
The thing is, if I report on something, then I'll make sure that I get it right.
I get your facts right.
Yeah, I'll get it wrong.
I have to get the patience anywhere to do anything like that now. Do you know that? I don't even watch the news that much now because of all the carry on with the war and whatever else is going on. Just a waste of time.
I don't watch TV.
I still watch my football, mind you. That's about
it. Football match on tomorrow, isn't there?
Yeah, Celtic and I can't remind us it's St Mirren. I'm not sure. It's a Scottish Cup type thing, I think. I'm not sure. We're not in it anyway. Rangers are in it, so. But I think Kevin's coming around at 11 o'clock tomorrow to finish this Bolton Hall. And I've got a big chair to get moved, a new swivel chair to get moved up into the back room. John's coming out to take the bed settee that's in there away and do what the feck he wants with it. I just want more room in that room, if you know what I mean. I don't need the settee because I've got a big leather recliner. If I want to sleep, I can just lie in that and fall asleep.
Yeah.
And I've got the big cuddle chair, the big double swivel chair with the half moon base bit. And that's just for me and the wee man to lie on watch telly when we're in the back room. So we've got Gary's coming, Stephanie, Nick's coming. They'll be here for dinner. I don't know if Liam's coming. James will be here. Robert will have it with Sean and the wee, and then they'll come out. Well, they'll come out first thing in the morning usually.
Mm.
I hate that, but I like to have a long lie. I don't like getting up early in the morning.
Now you'll be peeling vegetables, mate.
No, well, no, not really. Jackie's kind of got all that on.
She wouldn't let you near a fucking vegetable. The only vegetable you're near is the fucking eating it.
Aye, I don't mind it. I don't really.
She won't even let you make a cup of tea.
No, I do. I make tea. No, I make tea. When Nutter was up, that's all I done was make him tea. I had to learn quick. Nutter likes his tea, same as me. Well, I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, go down to make Jack a cup if she's awake. I make myself a cup. No. But, I don't mind a cup of tea. I was actually going to go down and make a cup before I come up here. And then I says, nah, stuff it, I'll just come straight up. Who else is in there? April. Aye, I know. I don't believe in all this Christmas crap anyway, so don't get me started on it.
Right. Hey up, Blunt. Yeah, I agree, mate.
Aye. Evening, me. And who else is in there?
You know why, Blunt, don't you?
Who?
Blunt. Enter name here, Blunt.
Right, say that again. Who's enter name here?
It's Blunt.
Blunt. Nah, don't think so. Evening, Blunt.
His old channel used to be Blunt.
Ah, right, okay. Oh, Michael seems to know the laddie, so he must be all right.
Remember the English girl team, Blunt? It was all white, and they said it wasn't multiculturalism enough, and they were winning, and then they had to swap players around, put a bit of colour in the team. They didn't say that about the Chinese or anybody else, did they? They only said it about the English girls team.
Yeah. But Jack, I'm talking Smiler on the...
I remember Chelsea never had one white player, did they?
Rangers are much the same now, to be fair. So diverse now. I don't care who plays for our team as long as we win. But unfortunately, I don't need to say any more than that, dear. Just depress me. Aye, that's what it is, isn't it? So did you get any of that bad weather down there? You were meant to be getting it rough.
Oh, we had it one day.
We had the same one day. I
was busy. I was busy on the day that we had it, but we were supposed to have it for a couple of days. They warned of death.
Aye.
Death warnings we had.
Right.
Death and injury. Big red rating. Death and injury. And it blew one day, but I was busy that day. And the next day, if it was still windy, I was going to go down to one of the coasts and get the weather.
Do you think maybe they're scaremongering people now just to keep them in again?
Yeah.
Even,
hello, November, man.
Snap.
Yeah, definitely.
It's crazy. They don't need to do that with me. I don't bargain out now. Fucking hell, man. It's winter. I need to wait till Easter now before I can get back out.
Yeah, I was going to go and stream some of the big waves coming in over at Newquay.
Right.
But it blew out. We had one day of wind, bit of rain, and then it just completely blew out.
Aye, we were the same. It disappeared. I wasn't here long enough. And I didn't see any damage. Oh, sorry. I didn't see any damage, but Jackie phoned me and said that the lassie around the corner phase up the hill, their windmill had took out their brand new 6-foot fence and went like 3 yeardings down or something. So that was the only excitement. But I mean, come on. You've just been given all the warnings, right? What's the first thing you do if you've got a trampolex out there? You either take it down, take the bit off it that catches the wind and pin it down. tie it
Yeah.
to the pole, the clothes poles, whatever. You
Mm.
don't just leave it lying there when you know there's 70 to 90 mile an hour winds coming.
Yeah.
That's stupid. So it's their own fault.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Crazy. Aye, the kind of tubes just went a bit quiet again lately. I don't know which is. Oh, November, man, mate. I had it for 6 weeks. This is the best I've felt for ages, right? My wife's been the same. We've caught a cold off somebody or got it through the air and it knocks lumps at you and you're knackered all the time. Absolutely shattered. My legs, my back, my arms, everything was killing me. But I'm much better now.
Mm. I wouldn't have had that in a gift, November, man.
No, I've no had any. I never take it.
It don't work anyway. They show it don't work.
Well, it can't work. How many colds are out there? No, it's not just, they don't just say cold as in generalised cold. No, there's warnings of this Indian variation coming out, this other Asian, Chinese variation, one for fucking King Kong, I don't know. There's that many different variants it now. One jab can't kill all. Simple.
Mm.
So you're wasting your time getting it. And how many folk do you know that get that jab and then for fucking weeks after it they're no well?
Mm. It doesn't stop transmission though, November.
No,
man.
it doesn't stuff. If it's airborne, it can't transmit. It's that simple. The only way to stop it is to sit in a bubble.
Aye, freedom.
Evening, freedom.
My mate, the stupid prat, he rolled up his sleeve for the flu jab last year. Instead of giving he rolled his sleeve up. The first one they gave him was a fucking booster for the COVID. And they said, right, now your flu jab. He said, what was that? He said, that was your COVID booster. He said, I didn't want the COVID booster. Oh, well,
So
too
they're
late.
forcing it
You've
on
had
you.
it.
Well, that's a no-no right away, isn't it?
Mm.
Nah.
And then
Thanks.
a few days afterwards, he started bleeding from the fucking arse.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I done that thing test. The poo test there, it all come back nice and clear.
Mm.
First one I've done, and I'm 63, nearly 64, fuck. But Jackie forced me to do it, send it away, so I done it. I'm trying to find something to watch here, but I'm no. Oh. Aye, that stuff I sent you's good, Smile. Have a look at that, lad.
I will.
Aye, there's films on it that aren't even in the one we pay for. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
That new Prey, the new Prey ones here.
Mm.
Cracking picture day.
Well, I have to speak to you about it tomorrow.
Aye, give us a bell, or I'll give you a bell, whatever comes first.
All right.
I've got stuff on first thing, I think, and then the Celtic game's on. But if you phone me, I'll answer it if I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll float about.
All right, mate.
All right, son, I'm going to hit the hay. Well, no, I'm going to finish I want to play a game. I've not played games all day, so I'll let you go on. Maybe, are you coming up, Michael? I think Michael usually pops up and blathers to you, doesn't he?
He does.
I just don't like leaving you on your own, you know that?
I'm right. I'm good. I'm all good.
You can go back to playing your videos, mate.
Aye.
I'll bother you. Right, I'll catch up with you tomorrow, Smiler, right?
All right,
You
all right,
take care.
mate.
Right,
You
chat.
take it
care.
easy. Love to
See you later.
Jackie. Take it
See
easy.
you later, Michael. Cheers,
All right,
son.
bye.
Cheers, cheers.
All right. Do you want me to kick you, Robert? Can you not find the button now? There you go. There you go. Yeah, I seen that, Mimi. NHS are thinking the lockdown's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. What's that a link to, Michael? Don't know what it's a link to. Don't know. What you put up earlier. Which one? Bender? This one that I got on screen now? Ah, right. Yeah, Bender. Yeah, so there's a young kiddie that was filming on the night of the Maccabee. That followed Maccabee. Chased them around the streets, etc. Reported on it.
They're just yelling at them, and then they run away again. Meanwhile, everyone who is restless is just sent away again. So that's going smoothly. But we'll continue searching at Central Station. Hey BJ. Look, all the tracks are cordoned off differently, so you don't bump into each other. If you're not on the same track, there's less arguing, everything's prevented. Even between the gates.
Oh, Blunt, I'm going to talk about that in a minute.
And at the Dutch Railways, NS, there's just a dog there just to scare people off. Luckily, the swearing is in the metro. Now, look at Central Station. Nobody has to. Oh, we're just at Central Station, and you can already tell the atmosphere is a bit less convivial. Firecrackers are being set off, and they're running and yelling. I don't know what's going on. No, I don't know what's happening exactly. It's quite a procession.
So that's your Maccabee supporters.
Oh, they're stealing poles out of the ground. They've stolen poles out of the ground. I think to protect themselves from people bothering them. Oh, they're all wearing masks now. Stay where they are. There's no police, so I don't know exactly. It's a very tense atmosphere here. Okay. Yeah, police. Okay, they're chasing people. Lots of police. Oh, okay, this is getting completely out of hand. Oh, poles to the police car. So, they're a bit separated.
So the Maccabee are throwing poles at the police car now.
The taxi driver also drove through them on purpose. They had dug up those construction poles and thrown them at other people and at those police vans. We're, once again, as always, the only media there. Police, is he kind of fleeing or driving? Is he going back? Only he's on his own. You do have a
Group here.
The group is here. He clearly needs more backup, because otherwise, this isn't going to work out. There are 2 vans. The police signal is off. It looked like a fight, but we don't know exactly with whom. I think with people who are against them. It looks like they might be staying at this hotel. Only they're going into town and they don't seem scared. They're yelling a lot. I don't understand it. So if you could translate it into the comments, that would be great. In the comments. Sir, what's happening? You went to the game. What do you think is going to happen? Because, yesterday they destroyed some things in Amsterdam. I really just stay away to avoid involving the violet. Okay, so you're not a holy gun?
No, I just stroked it. Okay. Okay, enjoy your night. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There.
Really taking the money now. So I'm curious to see what comes of this. It still doesn't look very pleasant. They only have 2 vans left. It really seems like the police aren't doing anything. Not even escorting, so not even a warning. They just go along, and then, well, at some point something breaks, and then they can't do anything. But maybe they're going along hoping for more backup. I think all those taxis, that was the case last night as well, aren't very happy with the action. So they're all honking now, and that will most likely lead to another fight, as you can hear.
Well, I don't know if I ask you which side. Look, much.
Oh, they're all stealing pellets from each other. They're walking around with wooden planks now.
Hey bro.
So you get the picture. Yeah, I believe they did.
Right? Keep 50 kilometers per hour left. Keep 50.
Kilometer per hour left. Boom. They're being pushed out of the street here. There.
Throwing stones at the taxi driver backwards. And now, we're the press. But if I say go backwards, you go backwards, right?
Okay, the police, are also nervous. We're walking towards the spewy now. They just cleared out all the jerks from the streets who were going full on taxis. You can also hear fireworks coming from behind, so there's clearly another group. And I don't think it'll be long before they meet up. Yes, things are getting out of hand here. We're now on the spewy. The famous Amsterdam hippie in the fire video. We're back, but now for different reasons. The police said, to warn themselves, because there's a chance they'll throw fireworks at us. So there's also a chance we'll get them. It's getting exciting, but it looks like we're going to. Yeah, we're going now. Oh, we're also. The other groups aren't happy either. There's a group of 20 people. We were surrounded by another group. They're not so happy with us. There's now a group of about 100 people plus just standing in a small circle. Look, now the police's entire focus is solely on this. And slowly, a group is forming here that's against it again. Here come all the honking cars again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I couldn't attend the game this time. So, do you want me to be at the game next time and then still be able to make such a great report? Donate Packeberg Bender. Thank you. But she would.
Look, there goes the stone. There goes the stone.
Oh.
Yeah, there goes the stone. There.
Throwing stones. They've picked up little inkers from the street, because they're flying through the air now. Would they be gone then?
Buddy, we're fans of each other. Thank you. You should definitely try this on YouTube.
We will. Definitely.
Online supporters. They're still standing there. Oh. Yeah. What was that for? It's a cat and mouse game in the footage. It's actually quite. Well, they're still nasty gas, because many of those Israelis have all served in the army.
Hey, how are you doing, Smiler?
Yeah, good,
So,
good, you?
yeah, they're strong.
Good.
And they know all the tactics a bit.
What are we watching here?
Discuss things in Israeli. And the police don't.
Okay.
So it's also very difficult.
This is from over 12 months ago. It was a Maccabee football team.
Oh, yeah.
Causing shit in Amsterdam. Well, I've been called out and said that I basically spread lies, and that Maccabee didn't do anything. They weren't throwing stones. They didn't have any steel poles. Didn't throw them at the police. There wasn't over 60 arrests. So I'm just replying with facts.
Hey, November, man. Good to see you.
And then they came with a video. So that's a young lad called Bender that does streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
He was there that night and reported on it. So the other person, they shared this. Which was to say that I was lying about it.
Yeah. Looks like they got it in the chat there. Facts are antiseptic.
So it says Labour MP caught out making up fake story about racist attack. It's by somebody called Parliamentarian.
Okay.
It's a 1 minute 39-second clip, but then I'll show the genuine clip.
Thank you. Think about what happened in Amsterdam, in particular, in terms of where I suppose the fans congregated, and I really want to touch specifically on the issue of the racist violence and the things that were being chanted because of reports of what people like Kick It Out Israel have found. Maccabee fans chanting things like "Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children there," and "Death to Arabs."
I've been with the Kick It Out Israel campaign. I've been to clubs in Israel. I've been to Arab clubs. I've been to Jewish-owned clubs. I've been with them to Maccabi Tel Aviv specifically, and looked at the situation there and looked at the Maccabi Tel Aviv derbies. I've been with them to Beitar Jerusalem. I've been with them to Kfar Saknim. So I'm very familiar with their work. But in terms of the big issue of what happened in Amsterdam, that wasn't the big issue because that didn't happen. So
it didn't happen. I just showed you what happened.
Usually it's listening. More coaches, far more than any other supporters group. So
Would you just like to introduce yourself and then we'll get into questions?
yes, John Mann, Lord Mann. I'm the independent advisor to the government, as I have been. I'm on my 5th Prime Minister.
You are on your 5th Prime Minister.
And how much you get paid off the Israel lobby? Deep
state.
We're going to kick off with questions and I'd like to bring in Peter Prinsley.
Great. Thank you very much for coming this afternoon. So
And how much you get paid off the Israel lobby?
first question is, what do you see as your role in this issue?
My role is to advise government on anti-Semitism, and I'm independent, so I'm free to do it how I choose, and government's free to keep appointing me or not, and they have done so far.
Thank you, Chair. And think about
when
what
I
happened.
saw what happened in Amsterdam, I thought there was a danger in this country that it would lead to various consequences. And I'd rather boldly say I've been proven almost exactly correct in terms of what has happened. So I went to Amsterdam. I also went to Rotterdam and Utrecht. I met everybody involved and I talked about what had happened in a huge amount of detail and what they were going to do to prevent such a thing happening again in the future.
So you
More money.
representations to the government about the risk of the Israeli football plans coming in?
I wrote a report when I came back. That was sent across government. It was sent to the police. I had some discussions in relation to it. What I identified as the key problem in Amsterdam, A, there'd been a problem, and B, it had been greatly exaggerated, in my opinion, that the facts bear me out on that. But therefore, because it had been greatly exaggerated all round, if an Israeli team was to play a team in the UK at football, there would be problems. And I identified a range of different scenarios in advance of this fixture. One of them specifically was Aston Villa playing an Israeli team.
Right. So when it was actually established that the Maccabi Tel Aviv were coming to play in Birmingham, did you then make further representations to the government about that?
Yes, I'd made representations during the year.
Yeah.
I'd sent my document. It went to Downing Street, it went to the Home Office, it went to DCMS, it went to the police, suggesting what might happen in that scenario and giving some advice. And I've sent a copy of that document. I believe you have that. And when the fixture, I think it was 29th of August, this precise fixture,
What's to attack me again in November?
Identified as the highest risk, because of the nature of the football stadium, the nature of the community, the diversity of the community, and the numbers of fans who support Maccabi Tel Aviv. I tried to press buttons in order to mitigate and solve the problems that I thought would occur.
So from what I'm hearing is the government must have been well aware, or somebody in the government was well aware of the likely difficulties before the decision was made to ban.
I met with civil servants.
Yeah.
Yes, and I made a specific proposal immediately to everybody, which was that the time of this fixture should be brought forward, and very explicitly, because I identified one of the problems would be that Israeli fans from Tel Aviv, with the 8 o'clock fixed kickoff, had to stay in Birmingham overnight, and therefore should not know the most sensible decision in the circumstances. That's got nothing to do with politics. That's got to do with the practicalities of how you avoid conflict in a conflict situation. So once the home fans and the local community. So I wasn't coming from this from some intellectual or political perspective, but a pragmatic perspective. That's where I thought how do you get in and out? How do you get there safely? How do you avoid a clash between fans? But the interaction with the local community, for example, do you have fans encouraged to go in a city centre before or after a fixture as an away fan? What is the transport from a city centre to a stadium? These are fundamental issues, and the potential clashes or antagonisms could be with. There is the question of racist chanting and songs. There's a question of racist violence or any other violence. And I've looked at the intelligence report of the West Midlands Police, and I struggle with some of the intelligence within it, including the intelligence about Amsterdam. And it doesn't concur with the discussions I had in Amsterdam and the facts I saw in Amsterdam. I had the opportunity to look in great detail at who was arrested, the profile of people arrested, where the arrest took place, what the allegations were, later some of them convictions, what happened when and where. I have a copy, and I believe you have a copy, of the statement of facts done by the Chief of Police from Amsterdam. So what happened in Amsterdam, and what actually generally was a very good policing operation, not a very bad policing operation, almost a classical policing operation, helps inform, but doesn't fully inform the situation in Birmingham, because there were no arrests for Maccabi Tel Aviv fans attacking local Dutch people. There were none. There is a warrant out for one person at the moment. I don't know the details, but I suspect it's for a violent attack. Now, whether that's on police or local, I don't know.
Oh, is that because the police were told not to charge them?
The big issue of what happened in Amsterdam.
Well, yeah, they did the Hasbara.
Because that didn't happen. So the suggestion.
Oh, what's the bit where she starts speaking?
a vested interest in not welcoming you.
And you talk about city centres, and think about what happened in Amsterdam.
It exits and entry and things like that. That's the issue.
At Aston Villa.
Yeah.
No, Aston Villa's a very
There's no crime if you're not charged, right? That's the way it works. You know?
Distance from the A38, which is dual carriageway at Spaghetti Junction, to the stadium. You see, we send our coaches there, so I know. There's choices where they're parked. If Aston Villa are cooperating, and I should say I spoke to Aston Villa a number of times, and I spoke to Maccabi Tel Aviv a number of times.
I heard they destroyed quite a lot of private property.
Cooperative, and I have literally no
Claimed lots of property as well because
they handle the whole issue maturely and
Oh yeah, putting flags up everywhere.
Getting coaches to Aston Villa is straightforward. It's one of the easier grounds to do it to because they have sufficient parking at the stadium and around it. So that was a practical possibility, not just a theoretical one.
It seems to me you're an absolutely uniquely placed individual in this respect, because not only are you the government's anti-Semitism advisor, but you have this great expertise in football and football crowds. And you took a great deal of care before this episode to do everything that was expected of you. You produced some advice which seems to have been ignored. Is that a summary of a fair summary?
The role of advisors is to give advice.
I know.
And I mean, I should say, I've spoken in Amsterdam at Ajax Football Club on hooligans, ultra groups, football culture, and with Antrank House, who have run a campaign called Changing the Chance across Europe. So this kind of work I've been very involved in,
The chance that he said that didn't exist
in Amsterdam 10 years before this fixture, of the football culture, the issue of hooliganism, how that relates to the Jewish community. I could go into infinite detail about it. It's a bit of a distraction, I think, for what you're trying to achieve. But I do have quite a lot of knowledge on the subject. That's, I would say.
So is he telling us he's a hooligan expert?
Yeah, and thank you,
Yeah.
man.
Okay.
Coaches being put on in the UK for similar scenarios, and I wanted to ask if this has ever been.
So this is a speech that got cut down and then shared and made out that I was a liar.
Done specifically because of threats of racist violence and particular threats to local residents as opposed to people involved in the match.
The issues in relation, when we're dealing with both. When I've negotiated, sometimes it's negotiating, usually it's listening and discussing with the police over football fixtures. The interaction with the local community is absolutely an issue there, because there's the question of how do you separate fans? How many tickets do you get? How do you get in and out? How do you get there safely? How do you avoid a clash between fans? But the interaction with the local community, for example, do you have fans encouraged to go in a city centre or after a fixture as an away fan?
How about they just behave like rational human beings and not fucking animals?
Well, that's it.
You know, like you have to make special accommodations for somebody not to fucking riot.
Yeah,
well, that's ridiculous.
This is the clipped down version.
Thank you, Chair. And think about what happened in Amsterdam in particular in terms of where I suppose the fans congregated. And I really want to touch specifically on the issue of the racist violence and the things that were being chanted because of reports of what people like Kick It Out Israel have found. Maccabi fans chanting things like, "Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children there, and death to Arabs."
I've been with the Kick It Out Israel campaign.
Chop down clips.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you control a narrative. Truth out.
translation somewhat. So that translated, there are no schools in Gaza because there are no children left.
Well, that's pretty much true. Yeah. School's out forever.
Oh yeah, this was one of them. This is one of the Maccabee fans. There he is.
Well, that's good fun, eh?
Yeah.
Seem like they're quite happy.
Yeah, there's your Maccabee.
Where we've reconstructed.
So there was plenty of it, even.
Violence in Amsterdam left at least 5 people injured and dozens have been arrested. But what happened? Supporters of Israeli football club Maccabi Tel Aviv arrived in Amsterdam ahead of their UEFA Europa League match against Amsterdam club Ajax. On Wednesday, social media videos verified by Sky News show Maccabi Tel Aviv fans tearing down Palestinian flags from outside of homes. Other social media videos appeared to show residents chasing Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. On Thursday, just before the game, crowds of Maccabi fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs. While a pro-Palestinian demonstration had been banned by the mayor over fears there would be clashes. Later that evening during the match, Israeli supporters appeared to disrupt the minute silence for Valencia flood victims.
And it goes on and on.
Yeah, they say here Netanyahu say that I don't know if this is true or not, but U.S. is the modern day Rome, and we have to destroy it.
Yeah,
isn't that interesting? Don't know if that. I think I saw it on video, but you never know these days.
Amsterdam wordt de Palestijnse vlag in brand.
So as the Amsterdam police confirms harassment and violence was initiated by Israeli fans. Statement from Amsterdam police confirming the violence was initiated by Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans. And he goes on to say about it. Israel quickly dispatched planes to evacuate its fans. Evening, GY. So there's plenty of evidence out there. Where's that other video there?
Order, order. Before we start, there are some declarations of interest. I will declare that I am an officer and member of the Conservative Friends of Israel.
I'm a member of the Labour Friends of Israel.
I've received a donation of £2,000 from the Lib Dem Friends of Israel.
Oh, come on, Paul Kohler. You've had more than £2,000, haven't you? You've had more than £2,000, Paul Kohler.
And I'm a Jewish.
That was this week.
Ellie calls himself a Jewish MP. He's had his money.
Let's start off.
I think my...
And Lord Man doesn't even give how much he's had.
Problem with how it was done is some of the intelligence is not very good. Some of it's not intelligence at all. See, one surprising fact in negotiating with Maccabi Tel Aviv, the ultras weren't coming. So the Maccabi ultras, the so-called fanatics, weren't coming.
To my knowledge, we weren't told that the ultras weren't coming. But again, we have to take some of that on face value, and we have to challenge some of that, don't we? Because these are a group of people who are intent on some very extreme violence, and they don't normally share sort of plans of, let's say, operations with everybody openly and candidly. In terms of what we were told, the ultras were very well organised, militaristic in the way that they operated. They attacked members of the local community, including taxi drivers, tore down flags, people were thrown into the river, and definitely the singing about the no schools in Gaza as the children were all dead. The decision to restrict the away fans was based on a very careful assessment. It wasn't taken lightly.
Have you not
about what he was
pondered why the Dutch police are now contradicting all of it?
Well, of course, we've probably all done lots of pondering.
And what's your view on that?
My view on that is that I suspect there was lots of, let's say, pressure locally on the Dutch police as a result of this match.
Our Chief Inspector Head of Policing football unit within the West Midlands Police met with the 3 Dutch commanders in an informal, unrecorded meeting in an effort to get candour and a view in relation to their experience of policing this particular football match. They specifically referenced the political and press pressure, and they are very clear they're under a lot of pressure, in their words, from City Hall.
There's probably a lot of Jewish money in City Hall.
Yeah.
The garden.
Yeah, they would get pressured.
Well, it was the Hasbara, wasn't it? You know, like quick, we're getting called out. Let's do a Hasbara. You know, and everyone that they had there talking was all LFI, CFI, or UKIP, and they all receive big donations. They all receive big money from Israel.
Oh, everyone takes money from Israel. That doesn't, you know. That makes it all right. Right? If you bribe everybody equally, then you haven't really bribed everyone at all. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah. $2,000,
that's cheap. They were offering $7,000 to influencers every time they pumped Israel.
Apparently, Tommy got 11 grand.
That's it?
11 grand a month, apparently. But bring Christ back into Christmas. Yeah, he did his silly thing in London today with the carols. I don't know how it went.
What's his real name?
Which name though? He's got it's Tommy 10 names. He's got loads of different names.
Tommy 10 names. Wonder what his Israeli name is.
Yeah. Zion.
Yeah. What else you got? Might as well pound that guy's head into the ground with some info. Got to be enough of it. I saw it and I wasn't even looking for it.
So Max Blumenthal, a 14-year-old journalist, Owen Bender, did what the rest of the media refused to do, providing extensive on-the-ground footage of Israeli Maccabi hooligans instigating violence in Amsterdam. Bender shows the Zionist thug squad gathering metal poles, pipe, wooden clubs and rocks in search of violent confrontation. Their rampage followed a night of burning Palestinian flags, attacking taxi drivers and chanting for the slaughter of Arab children. English subtitles are available on the YouTube link. That's the YouTube link I shared earlier. Oh, this was a good one. Ben Habib. You know, everybody's going for the big Advance UK party. You know, the one that Tommy's behind. Advance UK with Ben Habib. And this girl gets up with a good question, but as soon as she starts mentioning Israel, well, you'll see what happens. Watch, listen. It's mad.
First question.
Hi there. My statement and question will take 2 minutes to read out precisely. Forgive me, I normally do not need to read from a piece of paper, but I want to make sure that what I'm saying is not misinterpreted. It appears to me that Advance UK are on the right path. You're a party that is not scared to call out the negative impact that Islam is having on the West. I would say somewhat the same for left-wing communist liberal ideologies, such as trans and mass migration. However, on these topics, we are only partway, in my opinion, of the path. We are able to identify that these issues exist, but we don't seem to be actually going a step further and actually calling out the people that are funding it and pushing it. And I'm not sure whether it's because people are scared, because it's not difficult to actually find out and do a bit of a trace on it. Charlie Kirk was an idol to me, and I'm sure he was to everyone in this room. Would you all agree? He had an open mind, and likewise, he led me to open mine as well. And I would like to paraphrase a quote that he said to me not long before he was murdered. And before anyone pushes back on me, please remember that these are his words and not mine. Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and non-profits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. Jewish donors have a lot of explaining and decoupling to do. It's the movies and Hollywood, it's everything. Many people on the right, like you in this room, will feel enlightened because they have discovered some of the horrible content in the Quran and the Hadiths. But what many of you aren't aware of, that there's much worse stuff said in the Jewish Talmud, the Jewish Book of Law.
No, get her off, get her off. As soon as she starts calling it out, get her off, you know?
Talmud never heard of it.
No, get her off. You know, it's... So she's allowed to call out Islam, but as soon as she gets onto the Hadith, onto the Talmud, and calling out who's actually funding all your multiculturalism, all the invaders of the land.
Especially of what we say, I'm literally just about to go on to it. So my first question, I was literally about to go on to it. Excuse me, do we have free speech? Do we have free speech in this country? Do we have free speech in this room? Do we have free speech? So do not heckle me. Yes, I'm about to ask it. So my first question to all of you is, will you have the courage that Charlie did to actually call out the funding of what is the decline of the West? For my second question, I would like to know your stance on Israel.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone's entitled to their own opinion and to speak. Everybody's entitled to it. If I have a question, now if we can have an answer.
We will absolutely. I think the first point to make is that we stand positively for all the things that I described. We stand for our Christian constitution, for our democracy, for our people, our nation, equality under the law, and so on. And we will take all the steps required to deliver that. And that's going to involve defunding a lot of institutions, not just perhaps the ones you were referring to, but I think...
So they're not going to defund the ones that she was referring to. That's your Pakistani Muslim, Ben Habib.
Is that what is that what he said?
Yeah.
Rewind it for a sec.
And that's going to involve defunding a lot of institutions, not just perhaps the ones you were referring to, but...
Oh, not just perhaps the ones you were referring to.
He was talking about actually defunding them,
Yeah, he was actually, yeah.
I think, well, yeah.
He's not going to, but he'll talk about it.
Yeah. They won't, because they've already received massive donations.
Yeah.
A lot of the money which comes to these far left institutions that are undermining our democracy actually comes from the government. So we can switch that tap off straight away.
We're going to have the questions concise and short.
Who's this guy? Is he a liberal or a conservative?
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Yeah, she's under protection now. Yeah. Yeah, I have tried reaching out to her.
You know if this guy's a liberal or conservative?
I don't know. He's Advanced UK. I suppose he's supposed to be conservative. He's supposed to be on the right.
Yeah. Yeah, defunding NGOs would go a long way.
Yeah. No, this was quite funny as well.
I'm so thankful to all of you that have been here, but there's somebody that I never get to be with in an event like this, my beloved wife, Carolyn. So I want you to stand, Carolyn. Carolyn is totally selfless. And when I married her, I said, I have to be honest. There's another woman in my life. She said, what? I said, Israel. I love her so much. I have to be with her a lot. She said, honey, I will let you do that. But if she ever calls me on the phone, you are dead. We are going to train 100,000 Christian ambassadors to be ambassadors in their own country.
So they're going to train 100,000 Christian ambassadors. The amount of money they're going to spend training these people, they've already been over there. They've set aside millions to now bolster Israel, and they're paying all these Christians, 1,000 Christians, to bolster Israel and speak good about Israel. Unbelievable. And to defend Israel's brand and to combat anti-Semitism. But they're Christians, you know. Christians.
Well, it makes no sense to me.
For the state of Israel, to defend Israel's brand and to combat anti-Semitism. Now, the beautiful part about this is we're partnering with Blackboard. Blackboard is the largest platform in the world, serving Harvard, Yale, all the major universities. The vice president of Blackboard is here. It's a $2.3 billion company. Would you stand, please? Would you give him a hand? Using adaptive learning technology. So
adaptive learning technology. We train these wonderful Christian evangelicals.
We'll train these wonderful Christian evangelicals so that they can fulfill what I am doing for the state of Israel. Secondly, we're creating FOSI, an online academy to train tens of millions of evangelicals. The power of the evangelical muscle is enormous. It represents almost 1 billion people, but no one ever harnessed it. And we're doing that here. We're creating the first evangelical think tank, the first evangelical research institute, so the state of Israel will know who they are and how they can contribute to the state of Israel. Of course, a social network campus and much more. So that's exciting for us. The second thing I want to announce is in our Friends of Zion Museum, we are going to build the Donald Trump exhibition. No president in American history has done more for the state of Israel. Donald Trump.
Not even there.
There is indeed a gift to Israel. You can use it, Ambassador Friedman. You can use it for any event you want for the foreign ministry, etc. Because we are doing this all for Israel. It's all about Israel. He who defines the terms controls the debate. And we've...
Yes, he who controls the terms.
allowed in the past the enemies of Israel to define the terms, but not anymore. The 21st century wars are first media wars, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. And anybody that doesn't understand that they're media wars is delusional. I talked to a Joint Chief of Staff and I said,
that's why we own the media.
Yeah.
That's why we bought TikTok. That's why we bought blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's not much of a war. It's all owned by Zionists, so I don't know who they're actually fighting against. You know.
Look to him. Help me understand. How do wars begin and end?
Good question.
Whispered in my ear and said, you don't have a
Never mind.
He said, the media decides when they start, the media decides when they end. Most people don't understand the power of the media.
Tell me they haven't captured the media without telling me they haven't captured the media.
Right. There's a fight in the media. Well, there's no fight.
This extract from the BBC's new anti-Semitism training course that has been passed to me. Yeah, I can't even say the word. Epitomizes the problem the BBC and much of the British establishment has in confronting the issue of Israel. Essentially, you are allowed to criticize Israel policies. You're not allowed to question the ideology of Zionism. Anti-Semites frequently use the word Zionist or worse Zio when they are in fact referring to Jews. Whether in Israel or elsewhere, those claiming to be anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic, should do so in the knowledge that many Jewish people consider themselves to be Zionists. If these individuals only criticize the policies of the government of Israel and have no intention to offend Jewish people. They should criticize the Israel government and not Zionists. The information in this section about Zionism has been adapted from UK Parliament Home Affairs Committee, Anti-Semitism in the UK.
I disagree with that on the basis that I kind of should be able to criticize them both.
Yeah,
and I
exactly.
think they're both kind of criminal, Zionists and well, if you're Zionist, obviously, you believe in criminal activity because you are promoting the genocide and overthrow of other lands. So that makes you warlike. If you're the government, you're performing those acts. So, yeah, I can hate both of them. I don't have to separate the two. I'd rather lump them together, because they kind of have the same goals there.
Where's the... But if you go into the real genealogy, Ashkenazi and Polish aren't there.
They're Russians, aren't they?
Well, Ashkenazi, they're from all over. They're European, but
yeah. There's a modern day Kazakhstan, but it's kind of in Russia.
I can find it. The genealogy of Ashkenazi. Oh, have you heard about the Isaac Accord set up by Israel and fucking
no
Argentina, Millie? Oh yeah, that's a good one. Ashkenazi Jews are genetically and culturally Semitic in origin, Middle Eastern Levantine, but have significant European genetic input from cultures of living in Europe, which is false. I mean, this is AI. This is what AI is telling you nowadays.
Yeah.
They're a distinct European Jewish group, Ashkenazi, with deep Middle Eastern roots, not a blend of Khazars or purely European converts.
No.
So
that doesn't sound right.
No. When you go to the actual DNA, where's the DNA?
Here they're claiming they're Turkic, but they're not. They're way far away from Turkey. If they're from the modern day Kazakhstan, which hey,
oh, where's Betty?
Good to see you.
Oh, you look. I'm looking at a different screen at the moment.
Yeah, that Astana's in Kazakhstan, and it's got all that Egyptian symbology in it.
God, I watched too much on YouTube. Too many videos from the last videos. Christianity, Islam. Oh, where's my DNA video gone? where am I? There. So,
I will not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against the Palestinians.
You helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating it with fascism. Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide?
What did they put on the drones and the tanks? What did they put on the wings of the F-16s, F-35s we give them? A Star of David. It's a symbol of our faith community. It all looks like a giant Jewish conspiracy.
As people become more anti-Jewish, it's actually the advantage from the Israeli perspective that actually Judaism is the problem, not Zionism. Then they can say, you see, they're anti-Semitic. Everybody hates us. That's why we have to go to war with everybody else.
Judaism, if you look at its fundamentals, completely is against what Israel is doing. And if something goes against the 10 Commandments, then you need to be pretty suspect of it. In fact, I think you could throw it out.
It's like they went through every single commandment and said, well, look, how can we definitely violate them in a single which encompasses all of them? Coveting, you give false testimony to justify it, steal the land. You can't have the people on the land, so you've got to murder them. How do you justify it to your own population? Is you do it in the name of God.
Had they tried to violate them more, I don't think they would have been able to.
Is the problem with Israel its Zionism or its Judaism? That's a question that a lot of people have been asking recently, because channels like
that's the wrong video. Hang on. Hang on. It's a good video, but it's the wrong one. Oh, come on, it's got to have a red line on it to say I watched it, isn't it? That's the one.
admitted in published work, separately and together, that the Palestinians are the descendants of the children of Israel. And yet today, they say the reason why that land is theirs is because the modern Jews are exclusively the descendants of the children of Israel.
And they need to come back to their land. This concept of the right to return, it is exposed as effectively a cover for creating a European colony, using religion when it suits it and using ethnicity when it suits it. Peace be on you. We continue to see horrific images on our phones and of our screens of the atrocities being perpetrated by the Israeli military against the Gazan population. And at the heart of all of this, there is in actual fact a tug of war between two different ideologies and perspectives. One is that the Palestinians are in fact the indigenous people of the land being ethnically cleansed from the land. And the second is that of the Israeli army, which is that the Jewish people are the true inheritors of the land and the Palestinians are simply Arab invaders who came into the land in the early 20th century. So in answer to this particular question, we're going to go to the ideological founders of Zionism and see what they had to say about the Palestinian Arabs. So who are these people we have on the screen before us, and what do they have to say for themselves?
Well, these are some of the founders of political Zionism from the 19th century. And political Zionism is essentially this idea that the contemporary Jews, or the Jews that we have today, are the direct descendants of the biblical children of Israel, and that the biblical children of Israel, were promised the land of Palestine, and thus that gives an inherent moral, religious right, and eventually they argued legal right, that they deserve that land of Palestine, even if the Palestinians are still there. But the idea that the Jews, today's Jews, are exclusively the children of Israel, which is today the Zionist parlance, was not something that was believed by the founders of modern Israel. So we have on the next slide, Professor Shlomo Sands.
I'd like to just go through some of these individuals first.
Go for it.
This is Israel Belkind, who is a prominent early Zionist of the 19th century. Theodor Herzl as well, who's described in the Israeli Declaration of Independence as the spiritual father of the Israeli nation. And we have another guy who's a very interesting guy who's really never really talked about, but is very important actually.
Yeah.
His name was William Hechler, who was in actual fact a Christian. and he was a very close associate of Theodor Herzl. He supported him enormously. He introduced him to the German royal family. He was a patron of Theodor Herzl, and William Heckler was this Christian Zionist who believed that the time was ripe for the Jews to resettle in Israel, in what was Palestine then. And Theodor Herzl, came to the conclusion that Jews needed their own homeland because of, according to most narratives, because of the observation of the pogroms, because of the observation of anti-Semitism in Europe. He himself was a journalist in Vienna, and so. I find it very strange that this political figure is known as the spiritual father of Israel. He was not a spiritual individual. And in fact, he died very young. He died in his 40s before the nation of Israel even came to any kind of fruition. And he was pushing for the land to be allocated in Uganda, in British, which was a British colony at the time. So it's just really interesting, I find, that that he's described as a spiritual father, and that he was patronized. He was supported by William Heckler, who was a Christian Zionist.
I mean, many of early Zionists were in fact atheists, which belies their ultimate claim of that they believed that God had promised them this land. Because they didn't believe that in God, and they didn't believe that God had promised anything, because they believe it was all just myths, right? I mean, that was it remains the case in the Jewish population that they have potentially a disproportionately high number of atheists amongst their overall of the people who would call themselves by a religious name, which is the Jews. But that be it as it may, what we come to is what that actually reveals is that essentially this is an ethno-supremacist ideology.
Right? And it is, and to be honest, a little bit of digging and scratching at the surface of the Zionist ideology immediately reveals that. I was listening to this rabbi talk about this, and you get these Orthodox rabbis who, they're not in favor of Israel's existence or representation of Israel as a Jewish state. They're happy for Israel to exist, as are we, but we just don't want it to be an ethno-nationalist, ideological state which is only for one type of its citizens, which is, for example, what you have with the Jewish state law, which is the statement recently in the last few years that Israel is a nation only for its Jewish citizens, not for all of its citizens, and it has millions of Palestinians living under it as well. Of Palestinian heritage. So what he said was very interesting. Was he pointed out that, well, the founding right of Israel is the right of return. That if you're Jewish anywhere in the world, or if you have one of four grandparents who are Jewish, you can claim the right of return to Israel. And that you can do so even if you're an atheist. You can be an atheist, and one of your grandparents was Jewish. You can claim the right to return. But if you become, and so from that you ask, well, is it about being Jewish by religion? And the answer is no. It's about being Jewish by ethnicity. But this rabbi made a good point. That how can you call an Ethiopian Jew the same as a Polish Jew in ethnicity? They're completely different ethnicities. And then the second point he made is that the moment that atheist becomes a Muslim, he suddenly can't come into Israel. And you're like, hold on a second. I thought it was about ethnicity. So why should my new religion bar me?
So you're saying the atheist ethnic Jew, he has a right of return, but when he becomes a Muslim,
he doesn't. He can't come back. He can't come in. So is it religion or is it ethnicity? Well, actually, it's both, whichever one suits the aims of the Israeli state, which is to create a European-based, European-centric proxy for US and UK and European interests, which is why, for example, you have these Ethiopian Jews who they're Ethiopian, but their pedigree as Jews is very clear. You have the Yemeni Jews who've had a persistent Yemeni Jewish population there for millennia. You can't gainsay that. These guys are Jews in the if you want to the purest sense, these guys are Jews. They're the real deal. Okay, but when they came into Israel, one, they had a heck of a time getting into Israel. They had a really difficult time getting Israeli citizenship, especially the Ethiopian Jews. And then when they came in, what did we find? We found that in actual fact, the state of Israel had been giving them contraceptive shots to the Ethiopian Jewish women to prevent them from reproducing without them knowing. Okay, they were giving them Depo-Provera, so they couldn't conceive. And so this is...
Yeah, not allowed to conceive, eh? Can't have babies. Wrong colour.
In actual fact, this shows that even though they were forced by their position on the right of return to accept these people into the country, they did not want them to become a significant minority of that country because of their race.
Yeah.
So this is in actual fact, this concept of the right of return, it is exposed as effectively a cover for creating a European colony, okay, using religion when it suits it and using ethnicity when it suits it.
Yeah, it's kind of speaking out of both sides of your mouth on that issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the funny thing is that, and this is what we're going to cover next on the next slide, is that some of the founders of Israel actually once upon a time accepted a much more rational perspective on this.
Yeah.
And they weren't as exclusionary. So this is Professor Shlomo Sands. He's an emeritus professor at the Tel Aviv University.
I love that name.
And he's a historian. And he's...
I
love that name.
Yeah.
Shlomo.
Written a series of famous books. One of them is The Invention of the Jewish People. And in this extract, he is talking about David Ben-Gurion.
Yeah,
the first prime minister of Israel, the guy who oversaw Plan Dalet and the whole ethnic cleansing. He's talking about what he said pre-1929, what was published under his name, along with, I think, Ben Zvi is his name.
That's right.
So Shlomo says, Professor Sands says, I'm not his personal friend yet. I'm hoping to give him a call though. Professor Sands says, historical reason indicates that the population that survived, he's embodying what Ben-Gurion was saying. Historical reason indicates that the population that survived since the 7th century had originated from the Judean farming class that the Muslim conquerors had found when they reached the country. And he quotes, to argue that after the conquest of Jerusalem by Titus and the failure of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Jews altogether ceased to cultivate the land of Eretz Israel, which means Greater Israel, is to demonstrate complete ignorance in the history and the contemporary literature of Israel. The Jewish farmer, like any other farmer, was not easily torn from his soil, which had been watered with his sweat and the sweat of his forebears. Despite the repression and suffering, the rural population remained unchanged.
This is from 1918.
Right.
I'll just put this there a minute. So this is what David Ben-Gurion, he said, most Palestinians are descendants of Jews. In 1956, the PM David Ben-Gurion sent Moshe Dayan with a rabbi to start giving lessons in Judaism and Bedouin in Negev. Was Ben-Gurion suddenly struck with missionary zeal? He was just acting on knowledge that he and Yitzhak Ben Zvi, the president, had talked about for years. Most of what we'll now call Palestinian Arabs are descendants of Jews. Among the Bedouin, that could reach 100%. Ben-Gurion's efforts didn't go anywhere, but give him credit for the thought. Zvi Misani, a software pioneer who devoted his life to assembling the facts on the issue, says that 90% of Palestinian Arabs are descendants of Jews, and 50% know it. This would explain some curious phenomena. When the Jordanians took over Judea and Samaria in 48, they found no mosque. There was King Hussein built the first one. The Crusaders, when they came here, found that the Arabs here spoke Aramaic, not Arabic. Both facts would be explained if most of the Arabs in this land were really former crypto-Jews. So that was Ben-Gurion in 56. Get back up there.
Well, they're not. I guess they're not the right kind of Jews. I don't know.
Yeah. Whoa, what's going on here?
Is it stuck to your mouse? It looks like it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get off. Get off. Won't go back up there.
What happens if you have left click or right click?
There we go.
So what he's saying here is that it's a myth that actually all the Jews were dispersed. after the Jewish-Roman wars and the destruction of the Second Temple and then the Bar Kokhba revolt, many Jews were killed in that, right? But he's saying it's a myth that all of them then, the rest, the remainders, all of them left.
Yeah.
They didn't all flee. In fact, many stayed there and they became Muslim after the advent of Islam. And he continues, this was written 30 years before Israel's proclamation of independence, which asserts that the whole people was forcibly uprooted.
That's a key point. David Ben-Gurion wrote Israel's proclamation of independence. He was involved in that. And so he contradicts what he himself wrote in a book 30 years earlier, which is to state that they were uprooted from the soil, the Jewish people, after Emperor Titus, is ignorance. He says is a complete ignorance in the history and contemporary literature of Israel. But 30 years later, to create this narrative of a land which had been expunged from its indigenous population who then had to return and find themselves on that land again, right? That in actual fact had to be created as a narrative myth to justify the right to return.
But they knew it wasn't true. Right. And he goes on to say the two committed Zionists, this is Ben-Gurion and Ben-Zvi, wished to join the local natives, believing wholeheartedly that this could be achieved thanks to their shared ethnic origin. I'm not necessarily sure about that, but he says, although the ancient Judean peasants converted to Islam, they had done so for material reasons, is what Ben-Gurion said, chiefly to avoid taxation, which were in no way treasonous. Indeed, by clinging to their soil, they remained loyal to their homeland. Ben-Gurion and Ben-Zvi saw Islam, unlike Christianity, as a democratic religion that not only embraced all converts to Islam as brothers, but genuinely revoked the political and civil restrictions and sought to erase social distinctions. So basically, Ben-Gurion was saying that there was a reason the Jews converted to Islam. He sees the financial reasons, but that's not our narrative, and that's not what we believe. We believe that many of those people became Messianic Jews in that area. They believed in Jesus, and due to principally, in many ways, the preaching of Elijah, they knew that there was someone coming, that there was
Baptist.
Sorry, I'm using the spiritual terms clearly. Yeah, but the preaching, the preaching of the second coming of Elijah, John the Baptist, that there would be a further prophet that would to come. And Jesus himself said about this. He said that the Paraclete will come, the Comforter, whose message you cannot yet hear. They knew that a further prophet was coming. It was spoken about in Deuteronomy 18, and that's why they converted. It wasn't because of the difference between jizya and zakat. Okay,
because actually the non-Muslims paid a lower rate of tax than the Muslims. So I've always found that to be an extraordinary.
And they didn't have to defend the homeland either.
And they didn't have to fight militarily as a result of paying tax.
So he continues, and I think we've probably got to the main thing. Why don't you go to the
So the next thing is the interesting thing, which is that the authors. So this is again Ben-Gurion. If we go to the next slide, please. He continues. Shlomo Sands continues. Which is that the author is referring to Ben-Gurion and Ben-Zvi, underline that the Jewish origin of the Falahin was the peasants, could be revealed by means of a philological study of the local Arabic language as well as by linguistic geography. They went even further than Belkind, that was Israel Belkind, who we referenced earlier, one of the founders of modern Zionism, in stressing that a study of 10,000 names of all the villages, streams, springs, mountains, ruins, valleys, and hills from Dan to Beersheba confirmed that the entire biblical terminology of Eretz Israel remains alive as it had been in the speech of the Felah, the peasant population. Some 210 villages still bore clear Hebrew names, and in addition to the Muslim law, there was for a long time a code of peasant laws or unwritten customary judgments known as Shariat al-Khalil, the laws of the patriarch Abraham. So he points out that a lot of the Jewish traditions persisted in the local population of the Palestinians, which would not have been the case had they been as the narratives, which the modern Zionists now say, which is that they're all Arabs who came with the Arab conquests. They're not the original Jews who were in the land at the time of Titus. So go on to the next slide, and it's very powerful. What
this is page 187.
So do you want to cover this? Yeah.
He said Ben-Zvi considered the chapter on the origin of the Flahim to be the fruit of his own independent research, and was apparently offended that Ben-Gurion appropriated his material. In 1929,
it's just so ironic.
Yes, a intellectual property dispute there. In 1929, he returned to this important theme in a special booklet in Hebrew that bore his name alone. It does not differ significantly from the chapter on this subject in the book of the two Zionist leaders published together, but it has some expanded materials.
If you go to the quote in the next paragraph.
So basically he says, obviously it would be mistaken to say that all the Fellahin are descendants of the ancient Jews, but it can be said of most of them or their core. Okay?
That's right.
So, I mean, this is, and then he later says, the great majority of the Fellahin do not descend from the Arab conquerors, but before that, from the Jewish Fellahin,
peasants,
or the ordinary people, who are the foundation of this country before its conquest by Islam.
So he's saying the great majority of the current peasants, the ordinary people of the Palestinians, do not descend from the Arab conquerors, but from the Jewish people who are the foundation of this country before its conquest.
So the founders of modern Israel admitted in published work, separately and together, that the Palestinians are the descendants of the children of Israel.
Yeah.
And yet today, they say that the reason why that land is theirs is because the Jews, the modern Jews, are exclusively the descendants of the children of Israel.
And they need to come back to their land.
Yeah.
But I always wonder, it's an extraordinary thing.
Well, yeah, didn't you, you'd say that, right? And then you'd say, well, we're just, we're coming home to live with you. We're going to be your friends.
Yeah.
That, right? We just want to live in peace, and we'll just come here and live in peace with you. We won't take over more land or anything. Yeah.
Who attach themselves to the identity of being Jews. Because as we've already seen, as David
said, actually, these people need to make peace because they're fundamentally the same people. So that's apparently is politically biased, but not ripping out pages of a journal.
Yeah.
Right. And actually, more recently, there's been a really interesting tweet which has made a huge rounds.
Well, let's pause on that, because there is something which you have to question a little bit, which is that most of the Israelis look quite white, right? And
many of them,
many of them, not all of them, but many of them look quite European, right? And when you trace the history, you find out that if there was a degree of a diaspora, and if there was some people who left Judea at the time, then they had conversions and they mixed with certain Eastern European populations, and they became Judaized and they became Jewish, and those are actually most of those who attach themselves to the identity of being Jews. Because as we've already seen, as David Ben-Gurion himself said, the Jews, the majority of the children of Israel, including in Judea, they were Jewish, and then, well, Gurion didn't say this, but they became Messianic Jews who believed in Jesus, and then they became Muslim, right? So if you have a whole group of people call themselves Jews, and 90 or 95% of them no longer call themselves Jews because it is superseded by their Muslim identity, then you get this false impression, because the only people left are the ones who rejected Islam and called themselves Jews. But actually, that doesn't mean that they were the only people who are part of the original Jews. They are a small percentage of the original Jews. And some of them went down to Eastern Europe, mixed with the Eastern Europeans there, which is why most of the contemporary Israelis do look genetically distinct. And I know many of them will claim that they are a special people, but I can't believe that they are cosmetically special. And that they somehow their ancestors did not develop darker skin in relation to the sun exposure in the land of Canaan and in the Middle East in general, right? So there's a bit of a contradiction there.
Very special melanin.
Yeah. So how does this kind of these newer findings? How does this relate to that? How does this explain that?
If we go to the next slide, there's one. This tweet has done the rounds, 3.7 million views.
Wow.
So this is a chap who describes himself. Myro Sayo, genetic algebra and population genetics. I don't know about his qualifications, but he makes interesting points on this thread, which I thought was probably worth showcasing. So he talks about how geneticists have had access to ancient DNA whole genome sequences from Canaanites, Israelites, Judahites for some time now. First genetic distances to modern people below. I'll be providing lots of information in this thread. This is comparing modern day populations to ancient DNA whole genome sequences of ancient Canaanites, ancient Israelites, ancient Judahites, and seeing how closely related they are. And he makes the point in his tweets, genetic distances around 0.02 or under mean a group is practically and genetically indistinguishable. 0.05 implies distinguishability but belong to the same genetic regional grouping. So, for example, a subracial grouping like Northwestern European or Eastern European.
Yeah.
Around 0.1 implies the edge of differentiating into racial clusters. You'd say European versus Middle Eastern versus East Asian versus South Asian, right? And if you're 0.3 or 0.4, it's basically you're like subspecies. So a domestic dog versus a grey wolf, for example. Okay. So 0.02 is basically genetically indistinguishable.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the people who are 0.02 are Samaritans, Palestinian Christians, Jordanian Christians, Syrian Christians. These are now going to 0.3 now, 0.03. And it makes perfect sense. And he makes a really good point, which is that the reason it's all Christians of the area is because they didn't accept Islam and they continue to mix amongst Christians, marry amongst Christians, have children with other Christians. Right. And so they didn't.
There was less ethnic mixing.
There was nothing
because the ones who converted to Islam would have no issue with marrying the Arabs.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. So, but even then, as you look at it, you find therefore that the other group who are 0.05, they're within the same subgroup. You can say, who are they? They are the Karaite Iraqis, the Lebanese Druze, the Israeli Druze, the Karaite Egyptians, Iraqi Jews, Lebanese Muslim, Kurdish Jew, Alawite, Palestinian Muslim. Palestinian Muslim makes it into the group of a subgroup at about 0.05.
Basically the same people.
Basically the same people. But who aren't there? Who's not on this list?
Well, the Ashkenazi Jews aren't there.
The Ashkenazi Jews aren't there.
Right.
And the reason is very obvious.
And are there Sephardic Jews?
So a lot of these are Sephardic Jews. So Iraqi Jews, for example.
Well, they classify Sephardic Jew down there at 0.07.
You're quite right. Yeah, you're quite right. Sephardic Jew is further down Sephardic there. But so you've got Iraqi Jews, Lebanese, Kurdish Jews, Syrian Jews. So these are people who are, it's very obvious they would be in that same population. But who you don't have here are the European Jews.
Right.
So this notion that, the Palestinian Muslim who is pretty much genetically within the same group is at 0.05.
Yeah.
The Palestinian Muslim who's living in Gaza under rubble.
Yeah.
Right, because he's bombed, because he's not part of the right ethnic group to get the right of return.
Actually is part of the right ethnic group.
Actually is part of the right ethnic group. But the European Jew, right, who's not even on the list, right, he can have the right of return. And this is the other thing. We talked a little bit about religion versus ethnicity and how it's basically used, whichever one is most appropriate to maintain the ethno-supremacist view Israel holds. Whichever one is most appropriate, they use it at that time. If it was about religion, why would you accept a European Jew who's an atheist to come into your country, but you'd block a Muslim Palestinian Muslim?
Yeah.
The Palestinian Muslim has pretty much all of the same fundamental beliefs as the Jew.
Yeah.
Right.
He's monotheistic.
He's monotheistic. He believes in one God. He believes in
a Sharia.
Moses. He believes in the validity of the Torah as a means by which people used to reach.
So even the DNA.
That's crazy.
There's this silly, crazy woman.
Really, it seems like all the ancient Jews turned Christian, most of them.
Yeah.
And then some of those got converted to Islam, but yeah, they all seem to really convert to Christianity.
What's that video? Can't remember what this one was.
But most Christians still consider the Jewish people as a race. You agree with that? Most of them. But there is no Jewish race today. That's provable, okay? After the destruction of Jerusalem, the nation of Israel after the flesh was scattered throughout the earth. And they lost all tribal relations, okay? And the scattering was made immutable due to the fact that all the tribal genealogical records were destroyed with the temple. And the simple fact is, there's no existing Jewish race. There's no way to trace their bloodline and say, look, I'm a child of Levi. Look, I come from, Jacob. No, they can't do that. The Encyclopedia Britannica, 1973, it probably wouldn't say this anymore, but said it then. The title was Jews as a Race. The findings of physical anthropology show that contrary to popular view, there is no Jewish race. Anthroponetic measurements of Jewish groups in many parts of the world indicate that they differ greatly from one another with respect to all the important physical characteristics. Now, in a paper posted on PubMed, okay, it's a government site, PubMed, they publish all kinds of studies, medical studies, mostly it's publications, medical stuff, okay, for the most part. But there's an article posted on PubMed entitled Out of Khazaria, Evidence of Jewish Genome Lacking. It says this, Aaron Elkike, who's a genetist at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, in a recently published study in Genome Biology Evolution, is calling for a rewrite of commonly held assumptions about Jewish ancestry. Instead of being primarily the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel, present-day Jewish populations are, finds Elkike, primarily the children of a Turkish people who lived in what is now Russia, north of Georgia, east of Ukraine. This civilization, the Khazars, converted to from tribal religions to Judaism between the 7th and 9th centuries. Okay, so he says, look, the people that are calling themselves Jews, no, they don't come from there, all right? They're not Middle Eastern people. They come from the Khazars. The Khazars, they converted in mass numbers to Judaism. Okay, I'm a Jew now. They're not Mosaic followers. They're not followers of the Mosaic law, so they're not really religious Jews. They're nothing. They just call themselves Jews. You can just do it. Sammy Davis Jr. wasn't a Jew, he said. Okay? Anybody can just say they're a Jew. You can just, I'll be a Jew, I'll convert. Don't know anything about the Bible, but I'll convert. Now, Shlomo Sand, who is a history professor at Tel Aviv University and the author of the controversial book, The Invention of the Jewish People, he says Elkike's paper was a vindication of a long-held belief of his, okay? A lot of flack for that book. Sand says this, it's so obvious to me, some people, historians, and even scientists turn a blind eye to the truth. No. Scientists turn a blind eye? It's not follow the science, it's follow the money, okay? Once to say Jews was a race was anti-Semitic. Now to say they're not a race is anti-Semitic. He says it's crazy how history plays
exactly
with us.
that, isn't it?
In another article entitled Ashkenazic Jews, Mystery Origins Unraveled by Scientists, Thanks to Ancient DNA by Aaron Elkike, again, this is published on phys.org. He says, for a more scientific take on the Jewish origin debate, recent DNA analysis of Ashkenazic Jews, a Jewish ethnic group, revealed that their maternal line is European. It has also been found that their DNA only has 3% ancient ancestry, which links them with Eastern Mediterranean, also known as the Middle East, namely Israel, Lebanon, parts of Syria, Western Jordan. This is the part of the world Jewish people are said to have originally come from, according to the Old Testament. But 3% is a minuscule amount and similar to what modern Europeans as a whole share with Neanderthals. So he's saying it's just about non-existence, their DNA connection to Semites, okay? They don't have a connection. That's what he's trying to tell people. There's no connection there, okay? Now, this is modern stuff that they're putting out now. They're just saying, no, that those people don't belong there. So given that the genetic ancestry link is so low, Ashkenazi Jews' most recent ancestors must be from elsewhere. Okay, they got to be coming from somewhere else because they're not from Israel, all right? Now, most people blow a fuse over this stuff. This is, do the research. I got all the links in there for all these articles. You can go on PubMed, you can go on phys.org. You can look these things up. But here's what you have to understand, believers.
I heard they were bandits.
Christ are now.
I heard they were bandits, pretty much robbing the trade routes. The Ashkenazi.
Yeah, they were. They robbed all the trade routes, didn't they?
Yeah, and then they were forced to pick a religion.
Mm.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been some people that, I don't know, like where do they originate from? Do they originate from that area? Because they don't seem Russian.
Mm.
Right? They don't look like Ukrainians, and I think Ukrainians more eastern than Kazakhstan, or more
Well,
west.
most Ukrainians were killed during the Holodomor, weren't they?
Yeah.
Where's the one where they can have one Jewish government for the world? Where's that video? Is this it? If this ain't it, I'll find the other one.
The one thing that we will always insist upon is that the sovereign power of security from the Jordan River, which is right here, to the Mediterranean Sea, which is right there, that will always remain in Israel's hands. And that means that Israel will control its destiny and continue to protect its security for our sake and for others as well. I have to say, Friedrich, I think we're at the cusp of a new age, because I think that we will achieve the expansion of peace. I think that new age because
the expansion of peace.
Technology, with their risks, especially in AI.
Well, there are different ways to get peace, right?
Positive benefits are enormous.
Silence is peace.
Every field, I mean, agriculture to health to transportation and I think that we are together. We can lead this and become not a secondary power, but a primary power in the advance of humanity.
He's going, fuck you, Hitler was right.
Nakba for the world, eh? Can you have more than one Nakba? Is that Going down in the tunnels?
Tunnels under the book club, under the book, under the bookshelves.
Huh.
A Home Office worker granted asylum applications for money. Imran Mullah rang Noel Amin Bean in February 2024 and offered to secure him the right to stay in the UK for the return for money.
Nice.
Now, why are all these foreigners working in the Home Office in the UK? Well, that was COVID vaccines. Chemical fog.
Oh yeah, they use that for computing, fog computing.
Yeah.
There was a 400-mile long radioactive fog over the west coast of the U.S. about a week or two ago. Stayed there for a day or two, a couple days.
Keir Starmer's past has got dirty, if that's possible. While he's been flogging Nigel Farage for his teenage so-called racism, Cold War files show him at 23 in a communist work camp editing Trotsky newspapers and flyers and cozying up with Soviet propaganda. Proper dodgy roots, so yeah. That's Keir Starmer. As a teenager, Starmer went to study about communist work behind the Iron Curtain, how the people could be controlled. This is the evil we are dealing with. At one point, he was on the Secret Service list. Baby killers and axe murderers saved by Starmer. How a young Sir Keir Starmer ended up in communist spy files after joining a Czechoslovakian work camp during Cold War. Keir Starmer appears in communist spy files after joining a Czechoslovakian work camp at the height of the Cold War. The Daily Mail, or the Mail, can reveal.
You do that voluntarily?
Yeah. How young Keir Starmer ended up in communist spy files after joining Czechoslovakian work camp during the Cold War. Keir Starmer's trip to a communist camp reserved says BBC completely silent. The BBC are not a news organisation. Their ideology is shield for the left and a weapon against anyone who threatens. Starmer's past in communist camp left untouched by state media. BBC devotes endless airtime to anti-Farage trivia. Yet another example of selective reporting to protect Labour. Public can see exactly what's going on.
It's a strange thing for a prime minister to do.
We got a live one here, Smiler. Oh, that was when he changed his name, wasn't it? He used his name. That was after he was soliciting, wasn't it? After Starmer went to 21 meetings of the Sentencing Council, it decided not all child sex offenders should go to prison. And they wonder why the grooming gangs were covered up for so long.
Yeah.
That was the picture I had on. Karl Marx, so Labour Socialist lawyer article, late 1980s. Karl Marx was, of course, right in saying that it's pointless to believe that a change of society can be achieved by arguing about fundamental rights. The law is not a neutral instrument It is an instrument of power, Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer and Jimmy decorating the Christmas tree.
What a dirtbag. His wife is the Blair Witch. I haven't caught up on it, but there's a lot coming out about Carney's past now.
Oh, I've got some Carney stuff up here somewhere. This map was issued by National Geographic in 1947, 1 year before the Nakba. There was no such thing called Israel. Syria, Transjordan, Palestine,
yep.
Egypt. Map courtesy of National Geographic magazine, 1947. Oh.
Funny how that works.
Yeah.
I got old Bibles that agree with that.
Good morning, Mr. Dunser.
They don't even really give any borders to Israel in the Bibles. They just kind of give them as regions, kind of a fuzzy area.
So, when Tommy Ten Names went to Israel, right, why didn't he question? Burning of Christian churches in Israel is justified, far-right Jewish leader says. Adolf Hitler, known for violent campaign against Jew-Arab assimilation, risks arrest with public defense of setting fire to Holy Land churches.
I don't know. In Canada, they let arsonists go, so I should probably let them go, right? Hi, Paul. Good morning. Fuck, must be 3 a.m. there.
Her Lady Queen of Palestine, pray for us and for all the people of the lands, made sacred by your Son's life, death and resurrection. Amen. So that was the Palestinian Christians. That was Bethlehem in 1880. A land without people.
Nothing there, nothing to see.
Oh, did I open that on another? Yeah, I did. Ugly history of Jewish desecration on many Christian sites in the Holy Land. As early December 1955, not long after the institution of the Jewish state of Israel, Father Leonard Feeney, a Boston-based Roman Catholic clergyman, compiled the following list of Christian churches and other institutions that have been attacked or otherwise destroyed by newly ensconced Jewish occupation regime in the Holy Land. In assembling this shocking list, which would come as a complete surprise to modern-day Christians who believed that Israel had been a good friend to Christians in the Holy Land, Father Feeney noted that his list did not include the loss in lives and property suffered by nearly 1 million Arabs, Christian and Muslim alike, who had been evicted from their ancient homes during then 7 years since Jews had seized power over Palestine. And needless to say, since Feeney first compiled the list, there have been many more examples of Jewish attacks. The clergyman's summary of the Jewish destruction of Christian sites follows. The Jews have defiled and destroyed the following church buildings: the Church of St. John the Baptist at Karim, the Church of Beatitudes, Capernaum, the Church of Mensa Christi on the shores of the Sea of Galilee, the Church of St. Peter at Tiberias, the Cenacle, the place of the Last Supper, that's been destroyed. at Jerusalem, the Convent of Mary, Repatriates at Jerusalem, the Convent and the Hospice of Notre Dame at Jerusalem, the Convent and the Sisters of St. Anne at Haifa. So all these have been destroyed. They've demolished 4 hospitals, 16 dispensaries, 2 hospices, 4 seminaries, 32 schools and orphanages, and 7 retreat houses. This was all back in 1955.
Wow.
So it was like 7 years after the formation. Among the countless other desecrations, we might mention none is more heart-rending than that of Jerusalem's Church of Dormition, the magnificent Romanesque shrine to the Mother of God, who was pillaged by Israel soldiers and then turned into a Jewish dance hall for the young men and women of the Haganah. It was only after 100 such instances the apostolic delegate Archbishop Hughes unequivocally charged that there is now in operation a deliberate Jewish effort to decimate the Arabs and destroy Christianity in Palestine. Shown is an image of a statue of the Virgin Mary, which an Israeli army tank fired upon March 14th, 2002. They hated the statue stood high above the Roman Catholic Holy Family Hospital and orphanage in Jerusalem, adjacent to the Vatican flag. The Israelis fired on the statue at close range. It was not by accident, it was an act of hatred reflecting a traditional Jewish hostility towards Christian sites and relics in the Holy Land. Inset the Virgin's face.
Send your money to Israel.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll stop burning churches if you send them enough money.
Yeah, it's mad as poo, isn't it?
Yeah.
But hey.
That's insane. Yeah, and they've been blowing up churches left, right, and center over the past 3 years or so, haven't they?
Yeah.
To be fair, they're blowing up synagogues too, right? You know. So.
Why does a rabbi own Pornhub?
The Israelis of today are direct, they're not at all the servants of God. They're direct, with some noble exceptions. There are always noble exceptions. But when you're talking about the Jews, you're talking about them in general. In general, they go along with their leaders who want the New World Order and who want to get rid of the old Christian world order. Islam has also been, it came into existence in the 600s, the 7th century. It was very possibly, or probably, created by Jews in order as an instrument against Christendom. And then, sure enough, the Arabs swept through North Africa and destroyed a whole part of Christianity in North Africa. They swept into Spain, thanks to the help of the Jews. It's well known that the Jews opened the cities to the Mohammedans. They took over Spain, and it took hundreds of years to get rid of them again, to get them back out. They went up into France until they got beaten at the Battle of Poitiers in 732. And again and again in European history, the Saracens, the Turks, the Arabs, the Muslims, there's various names for them, they've kept trying to get into, they're enemies of Christendom, they're enemies of Christian Europe, and they've tried to get into Europe again and again, and the Jews will each time, most likely, the Jews will have helped them, will have organized it, will have financed it. That's exactly what we see this time. It's George Soros who's been financing the Arab invasion. They've been organizing, and you have that famous clip on TV of Barbara Spector, the Swedish Jewess. It's a very famous clip with good reason. And she's apparently ignorant of what she's saying. She says, We Jews need to organize the invasion of Europe by non-Christians so that Europe will become multicultural. Multiculti is an invention of the Jews, surely, and therefore, and that will act to dissolve the identity and vestigial Christianity of the once Christian nations and of the dilution of the once Christian white race. And once the Jews can dissolve the once Christian nations and can dilute the once white race by miscegenation, by mixing the races, by marriage with other races, once they can do that, they're going to be a significant step closer to achieving their New World Order.
Yep.
So they want to divide the world by color?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had that bloody barber scepter.
Wouldn't be, I don't know. They have so many genetic diseases, the Jews. The ideal people for that.
Oh, there she is. Look.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
How come Tommy Ten Names can't call it
I think there's a
out?
resurgence of anti-Semitism.
That's pretty arrogant. See, we won't make it without the Jews. Be right back.
Let's be clear, we will not change the rules for those who already have settled status. These people have contributed to our society. Everything.
Please don't be stupid. Please get up.
Instead of uniting the good people of this nation.
They're just trying to stop Islamic break camp. It just can't happen.
You are focusing on Pakistani grooming gangs because probably you're racist.
The righteousness, peace.
It's 15-year-olds being raped and everything.
Violence, anarchy, corruption, division, and dissatisfaction.
In all of this is a gift to the racists.
Please don't be stupid.
That's right, total 400. How many children and men were raped or killed by non-European migrants since 2010? Estimated total 400,000. This aggregate reported case of rape and homicide attributed to non-European migrants across major European countries, Germany, Sweden, UK, France and others, from 2010 to 2024. based on national crime statistics from sources like BKA, Bray, ONS, and others. It accounts for over-representation in suspect data, typically 20 to 50% for these crimes adjusted for non-European origin, and focuses on unique victims. Actual numbers may vary due to underreported, definitional differences and incomplete data on perpetrator origins. Reliable EU-wide aggregates don't exist, so this is a conservative synthesis. And that's mental. Yeah, I don't know, November man. I don't think so. No, look at that, look. There's Rachel from accounts doing a LFI speech, head speaker. She delivered the
IA?
LFI, Labour Friends of Israel. She delivered the keynote speech, she did.
Is there a Labour Friends of Niger there too?
Yeah, Robert Shulman, the same one who funds Robinson. Sawaya's followers buy him Gucci trainers when they're all skint themselves. Just education guess, but I reckon it's worth investigating. That's Robert. Yeah, that's Robert Shulman. He funded Tommy Robinson for years. I'm waiting for that film. I haven't seen that yet.
Which one?
There's a film where they went undercover.
Oh.
On the borders.
Which, the American or
British?
Oh, okay. Seeing all the. See, remember the boat people back in the 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the start of it, eh? All the people coming in boats. They don't call them boat people anymore.
No. Rachel Reeves, 37,000. David Lammy. They've all had more than this now. West Street in.
Is that all?
Yeah, Starmer. Yeah.
These guys are cheap to buy.
Yeah, they've had more than that now.
Oh, I hope so. God. Selling out my country, I'd want enough money to be able to leave the country when the people decide to kill you, right? Isn't that what you'd want?
Mm. Who wrote this? Tommy Robbins? Last week, the US published a new national security strategy that says the quiet part out loud. They're worried that in future, Europe might not be white enough to be a reliable ally. I'll play it while I
the NATO China.
It's insane. Who wrote this? Tommy Robinson? I mean, when I read it, I could not wrap my head around it.
Late last week, the Trump administration released the country's new national security strategy, which has sent a chill across Europe's political capitals. And the document takes aim at what it calls, quote, Europe's civilizational erasure. So they say, over the long term, it is more than plausible that within a few decades at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European. As such, it is an open question whether they will view their place in the world or their alliance with the United States in the same way as those who signed the NATO Charter. So he's basically saying Europe might not be white enough to be a reliable ally. I mean, it's the only way. you can interpret that.
It's a really bizarre document. It's incredibly strange. It's utterly absurd. Has any country ever published a national security strategy replete with white nationalism? It's insane. Who wrote this? Tommy Robinson? I mean, when I read it, I could not wrap my head around it. It was so bizarre. And I conclude exactly what you conclude, that the US is saying that it can only ally itself with white countries. I mean, that is the current position. But you're right, it puts European leaders in an incredibly difficult position. When a new US government comes in, if it's the Democrats, they're unlikely to continue with a policy like this. But we don't know if a Republican of Trump's ilk might come in the next time. And and also I think we have to bear in mind, and this is kind of crazy to realize, Donald Trump's only been in power for a year, not even a year. And he's proven that in that time he can do all sorts of damage, and he can make all sorts of significant changes that would take a long time to undo. We have another 3 years of Donald Trump. We're going to have another 3 years of this government post the publication of this strategy. And I think that European leaders have to take that really, really seriously.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Or she.
Zionism is not something that should be apologized for, Chancellor insisted.
Control of the Rothschilds, the Vatican, and the central banks of every country in the world are under the control of the Rothschilds, the Vatican, and the Chabad Jews. The leaders of these central banks are hand-picked and approved by the Rothschilds. The same is true of most bankers. For instance, the major leaders of Morgan Guarantee and Citibank and Goldman Sachs and so forth, these people are all approved by the Rothschilds, the Vatican, and Jews. They are not elected.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
They are not selected on merit. They're selected on the basis of being loyal to the deep state. People need to understand that the deep state is above governments. The deep state essentially consists of the Rothschilds and the Vatican, including both the Black Pope and the White Pope, as well as the Chabad Jews. They use the Freemasons and the Knights of Malta at the highest levels as their fixers, and they use world banks as their managers. The politicians and the military leaders and the bankers at the national level are the best of the servant class. They comprise the shadow government, but they are not the deep state. They are the servants of the deep state. The time has come to nationalize all central banks and put them in the service of the public, not the service of the Rothschilds and the Vatican and the Chabad Jews.
Oh. His money's doubled that.
Be right back. Make you a coffee.
Yeah, I wonder what his serious allegations are. Kaplan.
Built to beat down invasion.
This is how to destroy an empire. Empires are built to last generations. They're built to beat down invasions. They are built to endure. And yet, empires fall. Every empire at one point thought it would last forever. No empire ever did. But what would you do if, for whatever reason, you wanted to speed up that decline? The dangerous thing about decay is that it sneaks up on you. Every step of the way, destructive measures might look entirely logical. Channel your messaging into the empire. Meaning gives structure, faith, family, and a common identity. To destroy the empire, destroy meaning. Weaponize differences as symptoms of inequality. Enter hyper-individualism. Will direct loyalty from the family to the workplace. Appeal to empathy. Make morality conditional. Once you take away the ability to define rules and morals, you take away the ability to enforce order. And without order, it's only a matter of time until your society collapses. You can't destroy an empire by charging at the front gate. The only way to destroy an empire is from within.
Yes, no vote, my man.
Sigmund Freud came.
This is how to destroy an empire. Empires are...
Sigmund Freud came from a Sabbatean family. This is Jewish mysticism. And they believed that this man, Sabbatai Zevi, was their messiah. He was a homosexual psychopath who believed in practicing incest as a sacrament. This is how they were going to move forward in the world. And Sigmund Freud discovered that the reason that they do this is because it conditions the child to grow up to be a psychopath, because of what they have to go through trying to understand why their parents did this. This is all real. All of these authors are Jewish. They support the Jewish movement. The second author, David Bakan, I think actually regrets writing his book because he thought it was going to be this like expose of, why the Jews in Europe should be sympathized for. And then people went, wait, what's going on here? It's right in your face what's going on. They have a tremendous amount of power. They've always had power. And it is because what they believe in is evil is okay. They believe in the doctrine of evil, that you must lower yourselves and commit the most depraved acts of evil to prove that evil doesn't actually exist. And then you can ascend in society. That to me seems to be the guiding philosophy of people in Israel, I would say. Like this idea that you can commit acts of evil to get ahead in society. When I see what's happening in Gaza, how do you look at this and not understand this is evil?
Yeah, why was she talking to Russell Brand?
What was she doing?
And she was talking to Russell Brand, but she was spitting loads of truths.
Since World War II, there's only been 7 countries that did not have a Rothschild-controlled central banking. Now, if you take a look at the names on that list, you will notice they all have something similar or in common. After World War II, the United States has been to war with all of them. And I can't put my finger on it, but I just know there has to be some reason for that. Since World War II, there's only been 7 countries that did not have a Rothschild-controlled central banking. Now, if you take a look at the names on that list, you will notice they all have something similar or in common. After World War II, the United States has been to war with all of them. And I can't put my finger on it, but I know there has to be some reason for that.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I can't think of a single reason.
No.
Other than 7 of them.
Christmas Eve is Jewish Halloween. Jews call it Nittel Nacht or Nittel Night, which means not God. This day is considered cursed by Jews for preparing toilet paper, and on Christmas Day, Jews clean toilets and do unclean work as they pray against Christians and Jesus.
Well, that's lovely.
Mm.
Wow.
Among all the descendants of Esau.
Hey?
Spread the peace, right?
Yeah.
The command to wipe out from among all the descendants of Esau, descendants of Amalek, male and female, young and old. And that is why Amalek is so terrible, and it has to be totally uprooted. Therefore, God tells us we should erase their memory. and we should eradicate them from the face of the earth. Who is Amalek? Amalek comes from Esav.
Esav, who in modern day terms is really basically, certainly one of them is America. Esav, Edom, which is a nation. Edom became Rome. Instead of it being Rome, it became Christianity. Christianity, of course, ultimately became Western civilization. So Esav today is really Western civilization.
New Rome, United States. New Rome.
Esav is Europe, the United States.
The throne of God is incomplete until we destroy Amalek.
I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu.
His Excellency. Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow.
His Excellency.
Royalty.
Mm. Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism on radical open borders, neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies. Charlie Kirk. Homosexuality is part of Jewish tradition.
Those Sabbateans, Just, I'm not one, but I there are some around, I'm sure. I'm sure that's what they tell you.
Through streets.
We've got a clip, and I cannot stress enough to you guys, from 7 o'clock tonight, The Undercover Migrant. Let's have a quick listen, have a watch of this clip from tonight's show.
This journey of me following the migrants went from sort of 10 in the morning, all around the clock, to late at night, to the point where, on buses, on trains, through streets, all at every key point, the police, the French military police, and the French police were, they were there. They were on the bus, taking down notes, taking pictures, but not doing anything to deter the migrants or stop them, just being there.
Brave man, Isabel. You said it in the intro that you think this could change the way people view. What I hope it will do is show the reality. I mean, we're giving 500 million quid a year to the French, and they're shepherding them towards boats to come to the soft United Kingdom. That's described.
What we actually see here is not just pictures of the French police standing on the beaches. I know people have seen those before.
Yeah.
French police have long been accused of turning a blind eye. This is totally different. What we see here is the French police actively facilitating the movement of migrants from France to the UK. They are part of this. They are herding the migrants onto buses, quite literally herding them onto buses and trains and making sure that they get off safely. That is utterly outrageous. And I think we should be demanding a hefty refund of the money that we give the French for this. The other thing that people are going to hear on this show is serious questions over how many of the migrants are paying to come to Britain. I don't think many of them are actually paying their fare anymore. Now, what does that mean? That means that they are providing criminal services, most likely criminal services, in return for their free passage to the United Kingdom.
What do you
What do you expect your tax dollars to go to?
Exactly.
You want good roads or something?
Yeah. Oh, this is quite good, this is.
So how did a Jew become a Nazi? Because this is not something you would normally hear, that a man of Jewish descent would grow up to become a Nazi. And I think the best place to start is with a quote from John F. Kennedy. After visiting these two places, you can easily see how that within a few years, Hitler will emerge from the hatred that surrounds him now as one of the most significant figures who ever lived. He had boundless ambition for his country, which rendered him a menace to the peace of the world. But he had a mystery about him in the way that he lived and in the manner of his death that will live and grow after him. He had in him the stuff of which legends are made. So let's draw a connection to Hitler and John F. Kennedy. On June 4th, 1963, President Kennedy ordered Executive Order 11110, allowing him and the U.S. Treasury to issue silver-backed currency. This would free Americans from the Federal Reserve Bank. About 5 months later, President Kennedy would be murdered for the nation.
Was that what they called the greenback? Or was the greenback a different one?
I don't know. I think the greenback was from the Civil War.
Nah, that's right. Yeah.
To see, and his assassins would never really be caught. 3 years later, his younger brother, Senator Robert Kennedy, would meet a similar fate, as would John F. Kennedy's son, John Kennedy Jr., whose plane exploded in 1999. President Kennedy not only admired Adolf Hitler, but tried to copy him by taking back the nation's right to print their own currency backed by something real. President Kennedy's father was Joseph Kennedy, and he was the ambassador to England as war was being declared on Nazi Germany. He personally knew Adolf Hitler and was known as Germany's best friend in London. After the war broke out, Joseph Kennedy tried to arrange a meeting with Hitler and was fired shortly after. So we have a murdered president who praised Adolf Hitler and tried to cut out the Federal Reserve Bank. We have his brother, a murdered senator, who wanted to do the same thing. And we have his son, who mysteriously died. And the father of the murdered president happened to know Adolf Hitler and was fired when the war started for trying to talk to him. So what caused the war? Hitler didn't invade Poland for world domination as much as he invaded Poland to save and unite the German people who were trapped within Poland thanks to the Treaty of Versailles. I don't know how a sane, rational person could look at the division of Germany according to the Treaty of Versailles and think that this division could possibly work. Now, the German Jews played a major role in Germany's defeat in World War I because they held key positions in Germany, mainly in media and finance. After Germany was tricked into defeat, Germany was raped and torn apart. Their gold supply was plundered to pay for the war that they never wanted. Their technologies were stolen and their land was ripped apart and given to other countries. Not only did they make Germany pay for the entire war, but they seized some of Germany's most valuable land and resources that could have helped them pay off this debt. Remember, Germany never wanted war. They were simply defending their Austrian-Hungarian allies who declared war on Serbia after their Archduke and Duchess were publicly murdered. After the war, the Allies purposely separated Germany from their eastern part, Prussia, making it impossible for the Germans to reach their fellow countrymen without going through Poland first. All you would have to do is look at the way Palestine was divided to see its simple warfare. Divide them and conquer them. The Versailles Treaty was a recipe for slavery and war, which the Allies knew. After World War I, white Christian Europe was in ruins. The next generation of Europe was decimated by war, while every country was indebted to Jewish-operated banks. The only people to actually win anything from World War I were Jewish bankers, who not only made a fortune off the war, but managed to conquer Russia and Palestine. The Jews haven't occupied Palestine since they crucified Jesus about 2,000 years ago. So make no mistake that the events today are connected to Jesus and the Great Revolt of Judea in 70 AD. The 1917 Balfour Declaration promises the Rothschild Jewish banking family the land of Palestine if England should win the war, as the Israeli flag waves the Rothschild's family star known as the Red Shield, or Rothschild in German. To people in the West, this star is known as the Star of David, but Jews call it the Magin David, which means the Shield of David. Now, there's nothing in the Bible that says this is the symbol of Israel. In fact, it's only mentioned in the Bible one time when the Israelites are punished for using it.
Child
The
sacrifice.
star actually represents an evil god that requires human sacrifice. Now, this is the same banking family who financed Napoleon in the Napoleonic Wars, as they still remain personal advisors to the so-called Christian monarchs of Great Britain. So please understand that the Queen of England, whose entire oath and power depends on Jesus Christ, the Bible, and keeping the Commonwealth Christian, is advised by Jewish bankers, the Jews who murdered Jesus and slaughtered anyone who believed in him. The Rothschilds were also once displayed on Israel's currency, as Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv is one of the most expensive streets in the world. Now, Queen Elizabeth II only became queen because her uncle Edward VIII abdicated the throne. Why is this important? Since the time King Egbert united England in the 800s, never in all of British history has a king willingly abdicated the throne without a fight. Now, there would be an assassination attempt on King Edward's life, and a few months later, he would do what no other monarch in all of British history would do, and that's abdicate the throne willingly. King Edward VIII and Adolf Hitler were actually friends, and together they could have united Christian Europe against the Jewish empire that was and is ruling Christianity from the shadows. Now, while the international Jewish bankers had plunged the world into the man-made Great Depression, weakening the whole world, Nazi Germany flourished. Hitler had removed all the Jews from key positions of power like banking, politics, and media. The country flourished simply by removing the Jews from power and restoring Germans to what was rightfully theirs. Banking, media, and politics. These are three crucial areas that should never be in the hands of foreigners. It is the duty of all countries, whether you're from the United States, Germany, Russia, Nigeria, or China. It is up to the people of these nations to guard these positions at all costs from foreigners, starting with controlling the nation's currency. For once a nation parts with its control of currency and credit, it matters not who makes that nation's laws. Likewise with the media has the power to sway public opinion by bending the truth, removing key facts, or just flat out lying to you, causing the people to make bad decisions based on bad information. Having the power over the nation's currency, you can buy up all the nation's media. With the media, you can make or break a politician. By controlling the politicians, you have gained control over the lawmakers of that nation, and the rest comes with it. Schools, factories, law enforcement, religion, and even military. Give me control of a nation's currency, and I care not who makes its laws. Now, if I moved to a foreign country, I wouldn't mind being called a second-class citizen. I would just be happy to be there. If I willingly left my country to join a new one for a better future, why should I be allowed to vote in that country? Why should I be allowed to control their
Canada
laws or demand a job in their government? Why should I be allowed to impose my religion
Chinese
or my
now?
Eh?
You'd have to add the Chinese now.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird situation we're in. We've got a lot of Chinese in our government and a lot of Indian. It's
yeah, exactly that blunt. They've finally started listening, but how many? Not that many, is there? I like the little memes that keep popping up. I told you I was right. Now you're learning.
Culture. If you invite someone to be a guest in your house and this person changes what's for dinner, demands that they sleep in your master bedroom, they demand that you redecorate your house according to what they want. They demand that you pray to their God under your roof. They demand you give them your hard-earned money, while they impregnate your daughters, forever changing the cultural, spiritual, and racial demographic of your people. No, this isn't a guest. This is an invader. A guest would respect your household and be thankful that you took them in when their own country and people failed them. So in every country, it doesn't matter where you are from, you need to guard your financial institutions, your media, and your politicians. And only men and women who place the country first should be allowed to hold these key positions. Actions speak louder than words. A politician who gains power based on promises that they then break, in most cases, is a traitor. They should be removed from office, thrown in jail, and maybe even killed for treason. Or else, don't become a politician.
Right.
Now, in the United States, today and at the time of World War II, the media, banks, and politicians were almost completely controlled by Jews. In the media, we had CBS being run by Jew William Samuel Paley. NBC was being run by Jew David Sarnoff. The New York Times was being run by Jew Adolph Oakes and Arthur Sulzberger. And during the first 3 years of the Great Depression, we had Jew Eugene Mayer as the chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank, which was the root of the Great Depression. So while this Jewish man helped plunge the world into the greatest economic crisis in world history, he managed to find the money to buy up the Washington Post while it was going bankrupt. He was later rewarded for his treacherous behavior by becoming the first president of the World Bank. And he also tried to hide the fact that he was Jewish. Now, Jew Bernard Baruch was advisor to President Roosevelt, just like he advised President Woodrow Wilson to create the Federal Reserve Bank. So from banking to politics to media, the Jews were in full control of Christian America. So understand that, America. All your information about World War II and Nazi Germany that you think you know came from Jews. There wasn't a single Christian American who heard the news without it going through a Jewish filter first. Americans did not control their own media, nor their banks, and the American presidents were being advised by Jews, no different than today, and this was Hitler's point. Now, the Germans understood this Jewish game very well, for the Germans had gone through the same thing after World War I. The Jews had destroyed Germany. The Jewish communist revolutionaries had tried to violently take Germany right after World War I. Kurt Eisner, Rosa Luxemburg, and Paul Levy, these were just some of the Jewish communist leaders. Now, under the Jewish-controlled Weimar Republic, where the Jews were overrepresented in every field like they are today, Berlin became the prostitution and drug capital of the world. It was normal to find pregnant girls or even mothers and daughters prostituting themselves together in order to survive. It was normal to see men dressing like women as pedophiles roamed the streets. The Jewish bankers had hyperinflated the German currency to a point where a wheelbarrow of money couldn't buy you a loaf of bread. And in major cities like Berlin, men were committing suicide faster than babies being born. So imagine you're a young child in Germany. Your mother and sisters are out prostituting themselves so you can eat. Your eldest brother was just killed in World War I, which was financed by Jewish bankers. Your father has just committed suicide because of greedy Jewish bankers who collapsed the German economy in order to buy up all the German businesses and enslave Germany. Your other brother is downtown Berlin dressed like a woman entertaining homosexuals. And the Jewish communist revolutionaries are trying to take over your country. Oh, and you're probably starving because there is no food. The farmers had just lost their land, businesses, and savings. So please stop and think about that. You see, the Jews are always crying about being persecuted, but all we have to do is ask why and look at the facts. It's not hard to understand where the expression, "you Jewed me," came from. Now, nobody has the right to hate Jews more than the Russians. In 1917, the Jews conquered the Russian Empire under the name Bolshevism or communism. Before the rise of communism, Jewish bankers relentlessly attacked the Russians and the Russian czars. Lionel de Rothschild, the great-grandfather of Queen Elizabeth's advisor today, would fund the French and Turks in the Crimean War in 1853 against the Russians. As Jewish banker Jacob Schiff, who worked for the Rothschilds, would fund the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War. The Jews also financed the Freemason revolutionaries in 1825, known as the Decembrist Revolution, where the revolutionaries promised the Jews their own homeland if they managed to overthrow the Tsar. The Jews assassinated lots of Russians and nobles and launched another rebellion in 1905 that failed, causing the Jews to flee to Germany and America. Jews will often cry that the Tsar persecuted them and restricted them to the ghettos and the evil Pale of Settlement. However, all one has to do is read the Russian laws on the Jews from 1804 that gave the Jews religious freedom, the same rights as Christians, 10-year tax exemption, free land and farming equipment, and the right to go to any Russian school. A quick search will reveal to you that the Pale of Settlement wasn't some small ghetto that...
I said, wow, that's hatred.
Yeah.
Give you farmland, equipment. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to check out the Pale Settlement? That's
You
mad
expect
place that was.
them to farm their own damn land or something? You got to farm it for them too.
Yeah. But the Pale Settlement was a big, massive Jewish state. Massive it was.
The Jews were just stuck in, but it was in fact a huge
Bigger than Israel, I think.
part of the Russian Empire containing some of Russia's best land. But that wasn't good enough for the Jews. They wanted full control of Christian Russia. It was the Jews and secret societies that caused the French Revolution and had the Christian monarchs of France killed. As churches were burnt down, priests were killed or forced into exile. In 1917, the Jews would have their revenge on the Tsar. Jewish bankers from the West would use Christian money to finance Jewish revolutionaries known as the Bolsheviks to wipe out the Tsar and Christianity from Russia. About 85% of the leaders of the Communist Party were Jews. Trotsky, Jew; Lenin, Jew; Sverdlov, Jew; Kaganovich, Jew; Yagoda, Jew; Yurovsky, Jew. Okay, Stalin wasn't a Jew, but the Jews love putting a non-Jew up front while screaming persecution in the back. It's the safest place for them to be. Stalin is often called an anti-Semite. However, he left several Jews controlling key positions in the Soviet Union. He was also the first leader to recognize the Jewish state of Israel, as Jews were the only people allowed to leave the Soviet Union, while anyone else who attempted to leave would be sent to the Russian gulags. Just keep screaming persecution and people will believe it. World War I was a complete Jewish victory over the Christian world. The Jews had decimated the European Christians by financing this war. The Jews were now in full control of Russia, as England had guaranteed the Jewish Rothschilds a Jewish homeland in Palestine, exactly what Napoleon had tried to do before. About 17 million white European Christians would be killed, and about 20 million would be wounded, and for what? So the Jews can have Palestine? On top of that, the Jewish Revolution in Russia would kill between 5 to 10 million Christian Russians, and in 1932 to 1933, as Hitler was coming to power, Stalin and his Jewish serial killers would murder another 5 to 11 million Christians in a famine known as the Holodomor. They say that Russia has never been conquered, but it was, by foreign Jews pretending to be Russians, as they financed poor Russians to help them murder the Russian king, murder his daughters and crippled son, and rip out the heart of Russia, the Christian Orthodox Church. The Russians also had the largest gold supply in the world, now in Jewish control. The communist Jews invaded Spain, causing a Spanish civil war, slaughtering Catholics, nuns, and priests. The Jewish communists have just invaded China. China was plunged into a communist civil war. Now, the same Jewish psychopaths causing these problems around the world have just declared international war against you. That's right, it was the Jews who declared war on the Germans in 1933, 6 years before World War II started. What do? They removed your friend King Edward from power. Your friend Ambassador Kennedy was also removed. The Prime Minister of England, Neville Chamberlain, who also wanted peace, would resign from power and die immediately after, leaving warmonger Winston Churchill to rule in England, as the Jews held a monopoly on the world's media. What do? Well, Hitler removed all the Jews from power, and within just a few years he had created over 6 million well-paying jobs. He created a plan of public works that included flood control, repair of public and private buildings, construction of new roads, bridges, canals, car manufacturing, housing programs, the Autobahn highway system. He enforced animal rights. He created an international barter system that cut out all the Jewish banks, because the whole world at the time, just like today, wanted German quality products. Hitler created a currency and credit system backed by German labor, which was interest and debt-free. Hitler removed the communists from Germany and turned Germany into the most prosperous country in the world in a matter of just 2 to 4 years, while the rest of the world would suffer at the hands of Imperial Judaism. President Kennedy tried to take back the banks from the Jewish bankers, knowing it would free the American people, and he was brutally murdered for all the nations to see.
What do you think of that?
Yep, all true. Anybody who tries to make their own money.
Yeah. Yeah, every single one that's tried to make their own money has been bye-byed.
Yep. That's the biggest sin a world leader can do. They can do a lot of bad shit. It doesn't seem to matter, but you do that, you're gone.
What's this? Jews for Hitler.
And I am against the banking system. This is a Christian channel. I am a devout Christian. I am anti-religion, anti-Pharisaic Judaism, and I am against the banking system that's plaguing our world. But I also believe we wouldn't have so many problems in our society if we just studied Jesus and actually knew Christianity. Hitler once said, "We are a people of different religions, but we are one. Which faith conquers the other is not the question. Rather, the question is whether Christianity stands or falls. We tolerate no one in our ranks who attacks the ideas of Christianity. In fact, our movement is Christian. We are filled with the desire for Catholics and Protestants to discover one another in the deep distress of our own people." In Mein Kampf, Hitler said, "Hence today I believe that I am acting in accordance with the will of the Almighty Creator. By defending myself against the Jew, I am fighting for the work of the Lord." And the founder of Christianity made no secret indeed of his estimation of the Jewish people. When he found it necessary, he drove those enemies of the human race out of the temple of God. Now, I operate Jews for Hitler alone, but I have lots of friends in the background who sharpen my views through intense debate and help me go through sources. Now, something I've noticed is a lot of people have a problem with the name of my channel, and I get asked all the time to change it. They say they can't share my videos because the name is too intense, because the name Hitler is like Voldemort, he who shall not be named. You have to ask yourself, why is this man's name so hated? Our governments are the biggest liars and thieves in history. So why should we trust them when it comes to anything? I've reached a point where if my politicians say one thing, I usually want to do the opposite. I'll be honest, I won't change the name. Adolf Hitler, in my opinion, is one of the greatest men who ever lived. When I finally decided to listen to his speeches and put Nazi Germany in the context with the times that they were living in, I think I actually cried after one of his speeches. I couldn't believe how much I agreed with everything this man was saying, and how much I could relate, and how badly I wish I had a leader like him, and yet I was raised to despise this man. Hitler had risked his life hundreds, if not thousands of times for his country during World War I. He was a man who led by example. He grew up poor and he knew the miseries of life. Hitler didn't curse God for his terrible life, but instead thanked him. He said it was this difficult life that was his greatest teacher of all, and it gave him an understanding of the people on the streets, the people at the bottom, who he devoted his entire life to saving. And that's something for our leaders to remember. How can the rocks at the top of the mountain brag at the rocks at the bottom who hold them up high? Now, if you're going to take anything from Christianity, I just want you to remember this one thing, that if you fulfill the royal law according to the scriptures, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, you do well.
Well, you have to commit every sin to bring God back. That's the seemingly be the predominant theory these days.
Yeah. No, this was quite funny.
Hello. Hi, how are you? It's Stephen Lennon, aka Tommy Bums.
Oh, hello. Hi, my name's Sam Campbell, High Court Enforcement with DCBL. Hello. Let me just get your details. Do I call you Stephen or Tommy?
Whatever you want.
All right. Okay, Stephen. So, you've been taken to the High Court by Jamal Hijazi.
Yeah.
Let me just have a look. Do you know who that is?
What again? I've been taken there again.
Yeah, so this was, just having a look, 2 seconds. Just trying to see when the date of this writ was for you. It's not. I'm driving.
When you say writ, what does that mean?
A High Court writ, which means we're now instructed by the High Court to either collect the payment or seize your assets.
Okay, so, but I went with the Jamal Hijazi stuff. I went bankrupt after that whole case. So all of that was in bankruptcy, everything.
Have you got proof of all that? Have you got any paperwork to
Yeah,
support that?
that was 2021. So 2021, after that court case, I went bankrupt. I had a bankruptcy investigation. I've had the full investigation, everything, every penny, banks. I've been summoned into court on oath to talk about what bank accounts I have in different countries and everything. I've done it all. I've done all this.
Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call. Can I get you on this number?
You can, this is my number, yeah?
All right, love. Well, I'm just driving at the minute. As soon as I pull over, I'll give my office a call, tell them what you've told me. They'll look into that. And in the meantime, if you can get the documents to support that you went through bankruptcy, because I'm driving, I can't actually.
I'll tell you what,
find the date on it.
okay, if you just spend 2 seconds, obviously you can find out who goes through bankruptcy, can't you? So even if you just Google, it'll come up with Tommy Robinson declared bankrupt all over the news.
Yeah, I don't know when the date of this. I don't know when the date of this is, though. That's the thing. I can't see the date of it,
Okay.
whether they've reissued it or do you know what I mean? So let me find, because I'm on a dual carriageway at the minute.
Okay, yeah, find it and let me know. Give me a shout back, yeah?
All right, we'll do.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Jamal Hijazi. So that's what I've already gone through all this. They're coming back after it. They're going to do it again, isn't they? Fuck. Mental.
I spoke to him, so that's why I've taken so long to come back. This isn't anything to do with that. Well, this is for costs, what he's taken you to court for. And it was awarded, the first one was awarded in October 24, and then this one was the April 25.
Oh, so this is to do with my contempt of court case that I was sent to jail.
Right, okay, so they weren't allowed
That's nothing to do with
tell
Jamal,
us what it
then.
was for.
That's nothing to do with Jamal.
Right, so all I know, this is for costs. That's what he's taking into court. That's what this case is for.
And how much? How much are they saying I earn?
At the moment, because it will increase. At the moment, it's 103,000.
£103,000 for costs.
Yeah.
And this is for the contempt of court for where I played the film. Okay, about Jamal. Okay, so this is for where I played the film. And what happens if I don't have that £103,000?
So we can request.
Don't forget all the fundraising him and Ezra did, because he said, I'm going not guilty, I'm going not guilty, I'm going not guilty. Please help me pay for my legal fees. Please help me. Please help me.
Oh, yeah. And then he pled guilty, didn't he?
Yeah, and he went straight in the court, went guilty. Yeah.
That if you make a down payment, you can be put on a monthly payment plan. We can request that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What monthly payment plan is that? Because that's going to take, what, all of my life to pay it off, probably? What, £100,000? Say I was to pay £250 a month. That's £2,500 a year.
Right, they wouldn't accept that anyway.
They wouldn't
so.
accept that. Okay, what would they accept?
I doubt it. I don't know. It's not down.
Yeah, exactly, blunt, isn't it? It'll be, everybody, look, they're going to take me. They're going to take me to court. They're going to put me in jail again. Blah, 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 blah. Please fund me. Please donate. Help me, help me, help me.
And to us, what they accept is.
Remember, he left the UK in a Bentley, didn't he? Carrying how much cash? I can't remember how much cash he had on him now. Thousands he had on him.
Did he?
Yeah, thousands of cash. They stopped him driving the Bentley.
Down to them whether they accept it or not. So if you're not able to make payment, we just have to continue with enforcement and look at any assets that you have to seize.
That's fine. I don't have any assets. That's the thing. I have nothing.
Yeah, so yes, I understand you're telling us that, but we have to have proof of that because we're commanded by the client.
What do you mean by proof of that? What do you mean by proof of that?
So we would have to ascertain where. So far we've only been to your mum and dad's, I believe.
Yep.
So I don't know what other addresses they've got. That's not down to me.
You won't have any other addresses for me, love. I sleep on sofas. I sleep on sofas. Yeah.
I sleep on sofas. I sleep on sofas. Yeah, of course he does.
You asked me a question.
His fucking clothes cost more than people's fucking sofas.
So I'm answering you. I don't know what other addresses they've got. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That won't be nothing to do with me. So they will look at that, and then they will look at whether they seize assets. I don't know what they're going to do about your mum and dad's. I know your mum and dad said that you don't live there, but they'll have to go.
There's pretty trimmed too, eh?
Yeah.
Where's he getting money for that? He should have long, shaggy hair and a beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it works.
I don't live there. I've never been on the electoral roll there.
Yeah, you don't have to be on the electoral roll for us to enforce it. I'm just trying to have a look at these notes.
No, that's fine. Just that I don't live there, so I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't lived in the UK for 3 years.
No, I'm just having a look now.
But you're
Yeah, that's pretty fancy coat he's got on.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't work for
I have.
court, so
Okay,
I don't
well, I have Spanish residency.
You don't get lining like that for cheap.
I have Spanish residency. Unite the Kingdom. I have Spanish residency.
Is that what he says?
Yeah.
So he's got a house in Spain, does he?
I don't live in.
Can you provide us proof with that? So then we can.
I can send you a copy of my Spanish residency if you want. Yeah.
And with the where you are actually living there now, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what.
He just said he was living on couches.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You lying sack of shit.
See the security behind them.
Obviously, for obvious reasons, if I was registered in an address, people would come to that address because there's lots of people.
Well, it must be just as good, buddy. People like doing that for free.
Evidence of where I live for anything.
Yeah,
I'm just going through.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going through a border now. It's all right if I speak to you in a second. I'm just literally at the airport.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's bye.
Was it a couple of pounds a day to have security? You know?
Yeah. Has everybody heard Young Bob?
No.
Young Bob.
Like, because he grew up in Luton, he shares this sort of private appreciation of Muslims that integrate to society. However, the people that he surrounds himself with and the slogans he will bring out, of course, in Pakistan, disliking you. So, for example, the Talib, but they tried to do a hit piece now through contacting some of the Asian boys at his school. So they all supported Queen and Mafra, one of the ends. And the reason being was because, they like
free in Israel.
I see that all the time. People who can accept the fact that some Muslims have the right path and others can't. However, when you bring such a brain-dead support base, unfortunately, the nuance gets lost in the crowd of people that are protesting with you. You'd think that the whole sucking up to Tommy was something they did online to be popular. No, they do it off camera. It's like who can be Tommy's best boy. I was the fan of Donkey, annoying security Donkey, one of his friends. He was in a transit van for about an hour. They're all trying to no, I can help you. Dogs. Oh my god, I went into politics talking to lick their arse, man.
So Young Bob was also announced as joining the team on Tommy Robinson platforms in October. He calls Robinson's support base brain dead and suggests his inner circle is a psychopathic mess competing to be Tommy's best boy on camera and off. Yikes. What's the next one? On Turning Point UK itself, Young Bob is equally savage. He says the organisation of which he is an ambassador is undermanaged, underfunded, and will go nowhere.
I did a test. I messaged the CEO of T493 on Twitter. He gave me a response, and essentially, a good way of indicating them with your LinkedIn.
No, they'll take in money. That's what they'll do.
Yeah.
Send it back to your boss. That's linked. I sent a message to him like, this organisation is undermanaged, underfunded, and will not go anywhere. It's under improper leadership. They sent me a message agreeing with the statement. I did a test. I messaged the CEO of T493 on Twitter.
It's another Black Lives Matters, right?
Yeah. Tony is a fucking idiot.
They brought in $1 billion and haven't helped one black.
Essentially.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. No, they're all worried about Mandini, aren't they? Whatever his name is. The new Muslim mayor of New York. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if he is Muslim, he can say whatever he wants to
Yeah. Oh, this is all about Mandami. Yeah, that's right. So Bolshevism strikes again. Bernie Sanders over Mandani's top men. Top men. I paused it before it finished writing.
Top men. Sephardic, eh?
Yeah.
They pass her off as a Latino.
Yeah.
Looks like Seinfeld. Yeah, they want to tokenize everything.
Yeah.
From the food you eat to the air you breathe to you.
That's the one.
Your movements, your respiration, your thoughts, all be tokenized.
See it yet?
Why should people be allowed to think without paying for it?
That's it.
The Catholic Patriarch of Jerusalem and the Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem have come together and said, we're not leaving. The nuns, Mother Teresa's nuns, the missionaries of charity, the clergy, the Greek Orthodox, the Roman Catholic clergy, they're saying, we're not leaving. You bombed our churches. People died. 2 Catholic women were shot in the courtyard by Israeli snipers. The Eastern Orthodox Church has been bombed. Dozens and dozens of people killed. And Israel says, time for y'all to get out. Christians, get out. And so the clergy and the nuns have said, we're not leaving. We're staying with our people, the people who are starving, who are wounded, who are displaced, whose homes have been destroyed. We represent Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Israel. You think you're Israel? You think you're the 12 tribes of Israel? You think you're the fulfillment of what Moses constituted in Deuteronomy? We're the Israel. We're the chosen people. You know, St. Paul says that if you have Christ, the promises of Abraham apply to you, whether you're a man or a woman, a Jew or a Gentile. Those who belong to Christ receive the promises of Abraham. This is where Ted Cruz got it wrong. He said, well, I learned in Sunday school that if you bless Israel, you're blessed. If you curse Israel, you're cursed. Those promises in Genesis chapter 12, which he couldn't cite, Tucker Carlson had to cite them for him. St. Paul says that those covenantal blessings belong currently to those who are in Jesus Christ, who are elect and chosen in Jesus Christ, who is the elect and chosen one of God, the Son of God, the Messiah, the King of Kings, the King of the Jews, the Lord of Lords, fully God, fully man, present on the altars of the...
Hey?
They should make a Christian nation there.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
But Israel bombed it.
Catholic Church and the Orthodox.
Bit like in Ukraine as well, where the Ukrainians kicked them all out.
Yeah.
Church. I'm really impressed by these patriarchs. We need to pray for those Christians, for those nuns, those brides of Christ, Orthodox and Catholic, for the bishops. Tanks could come in. This could be it. Crystal Williamson says, pray the Michael the Archangel prayer to protect the church in Gaza. I think we should do that right now. Let's do it. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Saint Michael, pray for us.
Boom.
Amen Ra.
Hey?
I said Amen Ra.
Yeah.
Shouldn't say that. He was a horrible, evil person.
Somebody said that the Adelson family has nothing to gain except that which is in our heart.
Biggest donors of Trump, the Adelson family.
Really?
I am not Israeli. The uniform that I wore in the military, unfortunately, was not an Israeli uniform. It was an American uniform. My wife was in the IDF. And one of my daughters was in the IDF, and my two little boys, one of whom will be bar mitzvah tomorrow. Hopefully he'll come back. Thank you. Hopefully he'll come back. His hobby is shooting, and he'll come back and be a sniper for the IDF. All we care about is being good Zionists, being good citizens of Israel, because even though I'm not Israeli born, Israel is in my heart.
That feels like crap. Jewish American Trump mega donor.
Yep.
How much did they give him?
Oh, millions. Millions. The first time, I think it was 500 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
And she
even
wanted,
money.
yeah, and they wanted the capital. They wanted Jerusalem as the capital, so they did it. And Adelson's bankrolled the Israeli embassy as well. All under Trump.
Oh, the one they moved to Jerusalem there.
Yeah.
Yeah. An invented people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, once they get control of all information, they can start telling people that and lie about it. Until then, that's why it's good. That's why they want to digitize everything.
Yeah. No, it's just all the Christians being flown over there. How much money was it? Don't know.
Want to kiss the wall?
No, we will preach against anti-Semitism from our pulpits, and we will teach our children to love you. Christian Zionists flown to Jerusalem by Israeli government for Hasbara training, pledged to teach youth in America to love the Jews and support Israel.
Media, because that's what today we're in the fight of our lives, and this is how we will fight back. First, we must use social media because that's what young people follow. And I must tell them that you must tell them the truth. Israel must finally get serious about public relations. If Israel can't tell its amazing story to the world, then its enemies will, and they've done it now. We must expose every renegade teacher and their unions. We must expect moral courage from our political officials, not excuses. We must rebuild education around truth, not slogans and lies. We will have to reinvent how we teach the history of the Jewish people because it's not working. Too many young people have never heard of the Holocaust. The World Jewish Congress has produced some excellent films that explain what happened. We want to show them in classrooms everywhere in the United States. And any candidate running for a seat in this building, whether for Congress or Senate, whose platform includes anti-Semitism, we will target them as they target us. Accordingly, we will start a fund to help their opponents. We cannot possibly sit by and let anti-Zionists determine our future. None of this will be easy. It will take time and effort from all of us. And Jews cannot fight this fight alone. Frankly, we shouldn't have to, because this is not a Jewish issue. It's a democratic issue. It's a moral issue. It's a human issue. Let us build a coalition so strong, so united, so determined that no extremist movement can fracture it. And above all, let us be bridge builders, unshakable, unapologetic, so that the next generation inherits a world defined not by hatred, but by humanity. Finally, just as our parents and grandparents' generation grew up to the force of darkness 80 years ago and stood up with tremendous courage, we must stand up today. This is our time, and this is our fight. We do this we're not doing this for Israel and for the Jewish people. We do this for all people and all mankind. There is so much at stake, but now I know we will prevail. God bless America, the beacon of freedom in the world. God bless Israel. God bless Christians worldwide. And God bless all of you. Thank you. Now it's my great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. A leader in the business community, someone we have all admired for years, and now a key secretary of the cabinet of President Trump. And like his boss, a strong supporter of Israel. Howard, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. British patriot Thomas Robinson has lived in the UK for 3 years. A Spanish residency, you couldn't make it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, they started in Stuttgart as well. Maccabees.
Oh.
Grok, can you translate the song for me? So that's the song they're singing down there. The chant in the video is in Hebrew, known as the rape song. Among some Maccabee Tel Aviv fans, based on verified sources, an English translation is, "You're Arab whores, we are ashamed of you. At Gate 5, we will fuck you. We will fuck you and drink your blood in the city square. We'll hang every communist. We'll take your girls who love to go wild. When we rape them, we'll shout today. We'll shout today is Hapol's death." That's the thing that they chant.
Yeah. Wow.
Mm.
That's disgusting.
And that's how Grok translated it.
Yeah.
You're Arab whores, we will fuck you and drink your blood. We will rape your girls.
That really should be enough to have you put in jail.
Isn't it? You can't say anything about them because you get put in jail for saying something about them.
That's a fucking crime, is what that is.
Yeah, but you say anything about the Jews or anything against the Holocaust, you go to jail.
Yeah. Yep.
David Irving spent 12 months in jail, didn't he?
Yeah. There's a Holocaust denier in jail in Canada right now.
Yeah, what was that woman called? She was, what was she? 80 something the last time she went to jail, wasn't she? She'd been to jail 5 or 6 times. She'd been to jail for being a Holocaust denier. And she was in Auschwitz. She was actually in Auschwitz, and they called her a Holocaust denier because she was saying what it was like in Auschwitz.
Well, that's a crime, isn't it?
Yeah. And they actually put her in jail 4 or 5 times in Germany, I think it was. Yeah, she actually went to Auschwitz and Dachau, and she was at the gate. She did a film. I showed it on here a couple of times, I think. Lovely old woman she was.
I think I've seen clips of her in various videos you've shown.
Yeah, she's passed away now, I think. I think she passed away last year. Sad.
Let me check. Yeah, North Bay man sentenced to jail for Holocaust denial, hate speech. It's a new one.
Crazy, isn't it? Ursula Haberback, that's the one. Blunt knows it. Yeah.
North Bay, Ontario man guilty of hate crimes for anti-Semitic posts, jailed 9 months. It was October 1st, 2025. October 2nd, 2025, North Bay becomes first to be convicted and jailed for Holocaust denial.
I mean, that's what I said to the copper the other day. I said, oh, I'm sharing Jewish words. They're actually Jews that are actually doing the speaking.
Yeah.
Not me. They're actually doing the speaking. They're actually calling it out. Not me.
Mm-hmm.
Them. All I'm doing is showing the public. Oh, you're treading on thin ice. What, for something they say?
Right. Netanyahu admitted he needed a reason to go into Palestine.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hi, Jimmy.
He got one. Yeah. Can't read anything but the title, but.
All right, okay. Israeli settler colony came into existence through terrorism. White settlers, mainly from Europe and America, began forming terrorist groups in the 1920s, such as the Irgun, Stern, and Haganah. From the 1920s, they all became the Likud then, and then the IDF.
Yeah, terrorizing their own people too. You know.
Yeah. They began terrorist attacks in diplomatic buildings, hotels in Palestine, also bombing Europe. From 1947 1948, these terrorist groups ethnically cleansed, massacred, and destroyed over 560 plus Palestinian villages. They systematically raped and tortured Palestinians in the middle of villages to terrify them into fleeing and become refugees. The founders and some of the most brutal commanders of these terrorist groups later became Israeli president and prime ministers. Yeah, I've done a video about the Irgun and Haganah and Stern.
Honey and butter on a piece of bread.
That was Gregor's burn. He extinguished the Halakha menorah in Poland.
Oh.
Yeah, he had the menorah there, and he got the fire extinguisher and put it out.
Oh, they'll use that as a hate crime. And, yeah, we had that guy throwing smoke bombs in a Christian church in Canada.
Yeah?
Yeah, there was this singer. He'd booked a whole bunch of halls, and he was a Christian rock singer. And he's really popular in the U.S. and in Canada. I can't remember his name, but all of his, once they got wind of him, that he was right wing and that his political views didn't align, all these places started canceling his shows. So he started playing in churches, and they sent in Antifa, a guy from Antifa in, who to throw smoke bombs, who also happens to work for the Canadian government in the Defense Department. So Canada is now training Antifa, or part of Antifa. So I don't know if Donald Trump's going to bomb us as a narco-terrorist state, because we seem to be one. We're sending fentanyl down there and training Antifa. We're a terrorist group, right? So
yeah.
Could see the bombs flying any day now. Have they made any way into Venezuela?
No, I remember they took the tanker, didn't they? But I haven't seen anything out, so I haven't looked on Telegram.
They were flying F-16s over it, though, with no armaments, I think. And they had surveillance planes on the perimeter.
Refugees, that's Shamu Mahmood, or whatever her name is.
They're not refugees. Refugees go to the next country adjacent to them. So, you know, Canada and you guys, you're not adjacent to anybody except maybe Ireland, you know, or Wales. And yeah, Canada and US, I should only get people from either Russia or US. That should be it. Shouldn't be Mexican refugees up here.
She was supporting Syrian refugees. Government must do more. She's now our Home Secretary.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of countries between you and Syria, isn't there?
Exactly.
So that's not a refugee, that's a migrant.
My Islamic mob stormed the Italian embassy yesterday.
Yeah. Getting pretty uppity in Canada, too.
Well, Primal Scream have been reported to the police. But, the Star of David with swastikas in the middle of it on Netanyahu's eyes. Miley's eyes. Or Mealy, or whatever his name is, Argentina. Basically all the Israelis and Trump, innit? Oh yeah, have you heard this one?
The 26th. It will be. Hi guys, something I wanted to quickly talk about that's being slipped under the radar, like Starmer loves to do. In December 26th, it will be a legal requirement for all manufacturers of flour, bread, pizza bases, pasta to include synthetic folic acid. Now, this is a big problem, and we'll go into some of the reasons it's a big problem. Now, Johnson actually started the studies, started paying for the studies when he was in his term, claiming that it was to stop 200 birth defects a year.
What?
200. They don't spend millions on 200 issues. It just, maths doesn't add up. Now, there are studies that have been produced over the last couple of years. I'll pop a link to one of them.
If you want to stop 200 birth defects, stop cousin marriages. That's as simple as that, isn't it?
Jesus.
in the The first one was actually looking at the link between folic acid and creating these birth defects in the first place. So they've actually linked it to the folic acid that pregnant women are asked to take during the course of their pregnancy.
Just stop spraying the food.
Is
Yeah. I don't want no aluminium.
several scientists now believe that folic acid and overconsumption of folic acid is one of the causes for fast-growing tumours. It's a pretty big problem. And the third one, it's a reasonably new study, but they do actually believe that it's causing gene manipulation. So I don't know a great deal about that one, so I'll leave you to do the research. Now, the reason this is such a big problem is you're now looking at a government body mass medicating the UK without their knowledge, their consent, their informed consent, or an option to take something else. If it was an option on the shelf where you could choose an organic version where you don't want your synthetic option, then that would be one thing. But it's the fact that they are putting it in absolutely everything. It's not like you can call Domino's and say, I want a whole meal pizza-based, please. It just doesn't happen. So unless you're on a carnivore or keto diet and you're happy to do that for every day of the rest of your life, you are going to come into contact with this. I've been trying to look up detox protocols. There isn't a great deal of information on it yet. Some people are suggesting a lot of organ meat. Some are suggesting Epsom salt baths, and I'm not really sure how that works with drawing folic acid out, but I'll keep looking into it, and if anyone else has found anything, let me know. This is extremely concerning. This is exactly the same as the spray that Bill Gates is putting on fruit and vegetables in the US that has now been linked to a mold that's causing fast-growing cancers as well. I think any government that's choosing to mass medicate a population without their knowledge and informed consent, where I know the risks of what I'm taking, is extremely dangerous, and you have to start questioning their motives. Let me know what you think.
You guys have that appeal in
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a freaking cauliflower or broccoli in my fridge for like a month. It didn't change color, didn't do nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, you gotta be careful where you buy your veg.
Big up Kerno Carnival for sharing that one out.
I generally buy frozen now because it doesn't need to have that appeal on it. God knows what else they're spraying on it, but
yeah, fluoride in water, folic acid in flour, bovine in milk. Almost like they want to cover all aspects of food chain, innit?
Mm-hmm.
There you got Bill Gates, Larry Fink, Keir Starmer, all walking down together. US has mandated folic acid fortification in enriched cereal grains, including wheat flour, since 1998.
Yeah, and they're like really cheap forms of folic acid that aren't that good for you, as far as I've heard. Lots of problems.
Daniel Finkelstein. There is no future in politics of victimhood. Mass migration was a reckless error, but encouraging white majority resentment as a response would be calamitous. If you wanted to destroy a race without killing it directly, you would promote race mixing, promote homosexuality, promote feminism, promote divorce, promote the use of birth control, promote abortion rights, promote sex with dolls, promote men to go their own way, promote the irrelevance of the family, teach them that race does not exist, teach them to feel ashamed of their heritage, push mass migration into their lands, call them racist when they defend themselves. Oh, it must be the Jews. What's this? The facts will start. Europe must open the door to migrants or face its own extinction. George Monbiot. Plummeting birth rates mean that without attracting immigration, many countries are sliding towards collapse.
Yeah.
Born
All by accident. All by accident.
Yeah. Born in Kensington, Monbiot grew up in Rotherfield, Peppard, Oxfordshire, in a Jewish family. His father, Raymond Monbiot, was a businessman who headed the Conservative Party's Trade and Industry Forum. His mother, Rosalie, daughter of Gresham Cook MP, was a Conservative councillor and former leader of the South. I can't help liking Bonnie Blue. She's in charge of her own life and making millions, enjoying herself. Bonnie Blue's Julie Burchill, isn't it? Have you heard of Bonnie Blue over there? Have you?
I have not. Who is she?
The Bang Bus.
The Bang Bus.
Yeah, at the moment she's in custody, I think.
She like a prostitute or something, or?
They don't pay; they just bang her, and it doesn't matter what age, apparently.
I'm still okay. So she drives around and has sex with people?
Yeah.
They film it or something?
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 people in a day.
Oh, okay. That's really gross.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Oh, yeah. I think the kids mentioned something like about her at work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's she's had sex with like 1,000 people or something.
Yeah, that's right. 1,000 people in one day or something, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Go on.
So, in June 2009, Jewish Chronicle reported that Burchill had become a friend of Brighton and Hove Progressive Synagogue and was again considering a conversion to Judaism. According to the JC, Jewish Chronicle, she had attended Shabbat services for a month and studying Hebrew. She described herself as an ex-Christian, pointing out that she had been pondering on her conversion since. So Bonnie Blue is converted to Judaism.
Oh. Well, that's convenient.
Yeah.
They're not as strict on the moral standards and stuff like a Christian.
Wherever the plague rages worse, there you will find the Jews have poisoned the wells again. Deciphering Jewish intellectual movements.
Especially in the long run.
And so they wanted
they wanted to get more. They wanted to,
more third world immigration.
Again, my view has been that one of the constants of 20th century Jewish immigration, of Jewish intellectual movements, has been to lessen the power of Europeans in America.
And why is that?
And because they felt that that power represented a threat to them, especially in the long run.
They wanted to have the United States become less Christian, less
European.
white European.
Yeah,
why is that?
Because, and then you can easily find Jewish activists who say that when they talk about immigration. But the idea is that if you have a homogeneous European society, you can easily evolve towards Nazism. In other words, but if you have a society where each ethnic group has a sort of, only a very, very limited power, then that could never happen. You can never have a coalition of white people.
They wanted
And
a
then
multicultural
a multicultural society, which also rationalized Judaism.
And in fact, you said that multiculturalist ideology was in fact invented by Jewish intellectuals.
Yeah, was it Horace Kallen? What? He's a philosopher.
Who's that person?
Horace Kallen, K-A-L-L-E-N. He just very famous. He was a Zionist. He was very strongly identified Jewish. He didn't like this melting pot idea, which actually was advanced by an earlier generation of Jewish philosophers. But Kallen, liked the idea that the United States would be composed of these groups, of ethnic groups that would sort of stay separate, like Jews have always had.
So it makes the United States safer for people to be Jews if there's not a large dominant white majority.
Absolutely, because again, when Jews came to this country, they saw American culture in negative terms, and
it looked too much like Nazi Germany there.
Yeah,
it's too wet.
They actually did a survey or something back in the 60s. They talked to the Jews. They asked them, would it be possible that it could happen here? And you didn't have to say what it was. It is the Holocaust. In other words, something horrible happened to Jews. So that's sort of.
Did it?
No wonder what the rest of that said.
I don't know. It depends on whether he believes what he's heard about the Holocaust or not.
Yeah. Well, that's Maccabee Tel Aviv. That's their police escort, I had. That's their coach and that's their police escort. Oh, milking the Holocaust.
Yeah. So what was the accusation about the Maccabees? That you were accusing them falsely of being disruptive, or?
Yeah, I accused them falsely, and I accused what they were singing wasn't what they were singing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, did you put it through a Jewish chat GTP? Probably says something different.
Well, that was Grok.
Oh, well. Should try a different one. Yeah, we're getting closer to Alberta and Saskatchewan leaving Canada.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see what that does. Yeah, they're stalling on pipelines and stuff, so that gives Alberta the excuse for separation.
All right.
Pulls along Saskatchewan, and soon after that, because all the money will dry up, Quebec will leave too. So I don't know if they'll become the 51st state or if they'll be their own country yet, but it's on the docket whether they want to become the 51st state.
We all know Bannon is, don't we? Bannon says Muslim refugees are invading the West to rape your daughters. There's Bannon having a photograph of Epstein. Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah, they put out a bunch of Epstein stuff, didn't they?
Yeah, loads of it, yeah.
Yeah. Nothing that'll ever be used to incriminate anyone, probably.
Own national bank.
There we go. 15 years ago. A throwback clip of me 15 years ago in 2010 warning about exposing Mark Carney.
Now here in Canada, we do have our own national bank, but as a condition of joining the G7, which became the G8,
oh, yeah, that's old.
We gave up the right to loan ourselves money at no interest. We gave that right up to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, who is not held accountable to us whatsoever. Now, the current governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, was once on the payroll for an organization known as Goldman Sachs. Now, Goldman Sachs is currently under investigation for fraud down in America. So now here we have a guy who was once involved with international private bankers, now heading up the Bank of Canada, trying to get us to take loans from the International Monetary Fund and pay interest on these loans. Now, here in Canada, we do have our own national bank.
He called about 15 years ago.
Yeah. No, nobody really. Everybody listened to the media in Canada, at least all the boomers. Unfortunately, they still make up a large majority of our population. They follow what the TV says. So they fell for the Trump hysteria and voted him in.
In the year of our Lord 2025, the British ruling elite spend their time discussing whether our country will allow pregnant women to end their own lives by euthanasia, killing their unborn child in the process. They settled on yes, kill them both.
Wow.
Hey, noble lord. There is a big issue here. Other states around the world who have had assisted dying for some time. We have a differences of view. In Oregon, since 1997, there is a requirement to keep the mother alive as long as possible, particularly when there is a viable fetus. In the Netherlands takes a completely different view, and that is one of feticide, where the fetus has to be terminated by one means or another, often by intercardial injection of potassium chloride, before the mother can be euthanized. Which end of the scale does the noble and learned lord prefer these things? Because we are in a situation where the royal colleges are against this whole system, and we will be relying on them to fill in the gaps of this legislation. I think it is incumbent upon us to fill those gaps in for them, because they're not keen on this.
And the noble lord puts it accurately, some countries have taken one view and other countries have taken another. It's clear from the choice that I am supporting that we take the view that pregnancy should not be a bar to it. Though inevitably, as the noble Baroness Gray Thompson said, there should be questions in relation to appropriate people, whether they're pregnant or not, and that may have an effect on the result.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the House of Lords.
Canada, they're trying to introduce mature minors for euthanasia. So if you're a minor and they consider you mature, it's an oxymoron.
Educational video warning of Asian grooming gangs was made for schools 7 years ago, but was hardly used amid fears of appearing racist. Wow.
Got to head out in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm knackered, I am.
What is it? 3 or so in the morning there?
Yeah, 3:15.
Yeah. Yeah, just that song they were singing. If that's the correct translation of it, yeah, that should be enough to land them in jail. Saying they're going to rape people.
Yeah, rape your children.
Drink blood. That's not inflammatory at all. No.
No.
think we need to stop pretending it's everyone's country. It's Britain. It's our country.
A few moments later.
There are great Muslims, so make that point. I grew up with some unbelievable, brilliant Muslims, and I don't hate them, and I don't want them to be kicked out of my country. But it's their country, yeah?
It's Britain. It's our country.
But it's their country, yeah?
It's our country.
But it's their country.
It's our country. It's their country. It's our country. It's their country. It's our country.
In our country, I think we need to stop pretending it's everyone's country. It's Britain. It's our country. These people who have come from Pakistan, they've come from Somalia, they're guests in our country. You're guests. And if you step out of line, just like the United Arab Emirates do, they take their passports off them, fuck about, you're going home. Yeah? That is the policy we need to have. That's where we should be.
So
and when you start...
To be clear, so when you're talking about mass deportation...
I'm not talking about deporting decent immigrants that have come here at all. I'm not talking about that. In fact, I'd fight for them. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm not talking about round up every non-white person.
Literally, because nearly everybody that I work with at Speaker's Corner, you know, like most of them are British, but a good half of them are migrants.
Yeah, no.
You know,
as are most of the people I love.
Yeah.
Half of them have got dual nationality. They've got to go.
He's dual nationality himself, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't know who he is.
He's nationalised to Spain now, isn't he? Tommy Robinson.
Is that who he is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Spanish, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Spanish residency now.
Yeah.
For the last 3 years, he said. And now he sleeps on sofas.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's where he's got all the money for the nice haircuts and clothes, you know.
Yeah.
Sleeping on people's couches.
Dorset restaurant bans Labour MPs in protest against November budget.
We have a major censorship law, C9, that I don't think it's going to pass yet. It didn't pass yet, so they'll try again.
All right.
It gave our MPs like incredible powers. They could shut down your social media, probably even your bank accounts. Not that they go through any legal channels for that anyway. What's that say?
Something about mass non-compliance protest and against digital ID. Probably announced 22nd of October. Immediately after the success of the 18th of October, Met Police called me on the 17th, almost a month later, to notify me Tommy Robinson was organising something small down a side street on the 13th of December. I texted Tommy, he ignored it. On the 19th of November, Met Police called again on Tommy's to ask me to move. I refused. I texted Tommy again, he ignored it. Today, I had another call from the police. It's demonstrably clear they have a hard-on for Tommy. Today's call was so ridiculous, laughable, and blatantly obstructive that it honestly felt like intentional sabotage at this point. I generally can't tell whether the Met Police are working for Tommy or Tommy's working for them. either way, whatever the circus was meant to achieve, it won't. Further, whether he began planning on the 10th, 17th, or 19th of November, he announced on the 30th of November, 6 weeks after me. It's petty as fuck. And the way the police bend over backwards for him, with their unfathomable, incoherent, absurd policing plans, is preposterous. I can't help but wonder why. Because he works for the state.
Yeah.
He works for the state. That was funny, that was.
Oh, those two are idiots, both of them.
A grooming gang inquiry is going to...
Was that Shapiro? Ben Shapiro?
No, Nick Fiorentas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's good, he is.
Okay, I thought it was Shapiro there. Looks like a Monty Python skit.
Is Zelensky going back for some more money? I want money, I want troops.
Silly walks and silly hats. You know?
Yeah.
Who's gotten charged?
Sultani Bakatash has been charged with suicide offences as the two teenage girls in Bolton.
What did he do? Murder him or
sexually assaulted?
Oh, jeez.
Another invader, I think.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't sound like a British name to me. Is that rape stats?
Yeah. And two illegal Afghan migrants kidnapped and rape a 15-year-old girl. They got 10 years and 8 months. One of them got 10 years and 8 months, and the other one got 9 years and 10 months.
Now you got to pay for them in jail too.
Yeah. Porn star Bonnie Blue faces up to 15 years in jail after being detained over bang bus stunt in Bali.
What'd she do that was illegal?
Offering her services to youngsters, I think. And in Bali, it's illegal.
Oh yeah. It's illegal to film there. Film pornography.
Pornography, yeah.
That's right, yeah. Yep, she'll be gone for a while.
Yeah, Bonnet Blue doing shots with schoolers in Bali.
Yeah, her money won't buy her any way out of there.
With former standing a Bangladeshi whom they say in the comments plans on returning to his homeland one day. Huh?
There's the lizard man himself.
Yeah. He gets over 1.1 billion in offshore wind farm investments.
Oh. Yeah, they're not profitable, and it's all
No.
tax-funded subsidies.
Yeah.
Those things really can't really even be fed onto the grid. You have to have a storage device, and they don't have one.
Hmm.
And you got to run them on oil, so they're up to speed when the wind does blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put one of those in. Apparently, it's worth $600,000 a year in kickbacks. Cost you $1 million to put one in. So after two years, you get your money back, and you have no liability for it. Just have to be able to get the bank loan for it.
That's it.
It's not nice.
What's that?
What denomination is this church?
I don't know. It looks like Hindu Christian.
No, it's the Rainbow Brigade.
Oh my God.
You got She-Man there.
Oh gee. Okay.
Oh my God. That's another She-Man there, look. Crazy.
Oh yeah, there's news on the indigenous land grabs in Canada.
Yeah.
In New Brunswick, they were struck down. They were trying to take over a part of a city, and they were struck down because of a judge that has common sense, you know. So there is pushback happening on that. I hope that I hope that sets precedents. Yeah, they've still got cases for like entire cities all over and patches of land all over Canada. See what happens. There could be a symptom of Canada breaking up, right? You know.
Yeah. Ugh. Where are we? Yeah.
I should let you get to sleep.
All right, it's got to be bedtime. Half past 3.
All right, thanks a lot. Have a great
All
night.
right, mate. Take it easy. Thanks for coming in.
All right, bye-bye.
I'll catch you all later. Cheersy, bye.